How I lost myself again, but I remember you. Don't come back, it won't end well, but I wish you'd tell me to. Our love is 6 feet under. I can't help but wonder if our grave was watered by the rain. Would roses bloom? Could roses bloom again? Retrace my lips, erase your touch. It's all too much for me. Blow away like smoke in air. How can you die carelessly? Our love is 6 feet under. I can't help but wonder if our grave was watered by the rain. Would roses bloom? Could roses bloom? They're playing us out and laying us down tonight, and all these clouds crying us back to life. But you're cold as a night. 6 feet under. I can't help but wonder if our grave was watered by the rain.
Where are we going?
Where are you going, baby?
Me and Pixel just kept running, turning left and right, and then we kept following each other. Huh? Oh shit!
Help, I lost myself again, but I remember you. Yelling at the sky, screaming at the world. Baby, why'd you go away? I'm still your girl. Holding on too tight, head up in the clouds. Heaven only knows where you are now. How do I love? How do I love again? How do I trust? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. I never got the chance to say a last goodbye. Gotta move on, but it hurts to try. How do I love? How do I love?
Kurwa! Ma kurwa
What?
coś. A idę na chore! Wrong language.
Brilliant.
suka bed.
Face just scares me.
Whoa! Wait, who is that?
No, drop the 100.
Hoshina.
I have the advantage.
Galactic's a lot of fun, man.
Yeah.
How are you? How are you handling COVID?
It's interesting because like I feel like I saw a lot of this like coming, not COVID specifically, but I just knew there was going to be some type of scenario that was going to be kind of like catastrophic, if that sounds weird. I kind of just, yeah, I've felt that way for a while, and so like when this finally happened, I wasn't very surprised, and I don't know, it wasn't really any shock for me. Kind of like went along with it just fine. I'm introverted as is, so I don't have a problem with not leaving the house for extended periods of time. So I don't know.
Do you sometimes know things that other people don't know?
I think I pick up on things that other people don't pick up on. The clues are all there. It's just some people can't interpret them. I feel like.
So you were feeling like you kind of had a sense that something was going to happen, and that was sort of based on logic, interpretation of information, and kind of subconscious processing?
I would mostly, without getting too political, I was just looking at the state of like where we're going as a country.
Got it.
And yeah. And
Okay.
I was just like...
So you're not like a seer?
No.
That's disappointing.
I mean, there was definitely like a vibe that I felt, but but I definitely tied it to like logic and reasoning.
Right. Why'd you tie it to logic and reason?
Why do I attach it to logic and reason?
Why do you tie your vibes to logic and reason?
Oh no, I know what you're saying. You know, the chicken didn't come before the egg. Usually, so I don't like to say that I justify the way I feel with logic.
Sure.
But the problem, I don't know.
Okay, well,
I could be wrong.
We're getting so maybe we can circle back to that.
Yes.
Yeah. So sometimes I think I'll kind of share one or two thoughts about that. I think we underestimate where our sources of knowledge, like where we get knowledge from. And
yeah, I feel like I'm aware of like being skeptical of where I'm pulling my information from, because I feel like I have a lot of like meta thinking that I've kind of like had for a very long time, which I don't know, it kind of ties into like anxiety and everything that I feel with people, but I just feel like I'm picking up a lot of information that a lot of other people don't in usual situations.
Yeah, so I just think it's interesting that we default to assuming that we're picking up that information through things like senses or logic, where actually that in and of itself is not logical. Right? That we attribute the sources of information to things like rationalization or subconscious processing, but like what is that? How do we observe subconscious processing? Like it's just...
Yeah, and I feel like that's exactly what I was trying to say, is that I am very open to the idea of like where my thought...
Being a seer.
Sure.
Right, it's kind of interesting. Anyway, so what are we talking about today, OG?
So I know that the sex addiction is probably going to be like a big thing on the hot list. Smoking marijuana, I definitely want to touch on that, but I don't know. There's a lot of different things that I have going on with me.
Like what?
Basically, I've been like depressed for like the last, I'd say, at least 3 or 4 years, and and everything is kind of tied together. I used to have a really good sense of self-worth. I feel like that got deteriorated over time from kind of going through these relationship cycles. Every single time I went through like one of these little relationships and everything like that, it would kind of just spiral out of control afterwards. If there was like a breakup or whatever, I kind of noticed that I'm going through these patterns, if that makes sense.
What's the pattern?
Get into a relationship, invest emotionally very deeply, Um, after that's done, like
What does that
if
mean?
we go our
invest emotionally.
I'm very, very like I know it kind of sounds contradictive to say that I'm kind of a very emotional person.
What's contradictive about that?
Because usually with people who are like I feel like the stereotype for someone that's like very promiscuous, or it could be interpreted as promiscuous, could be like they're very callous, they don't care about people's connections or what they're doing to the people around them. I feel like I'm very, very focused on the consequences of my actions all the time. So
Sounds exhausting.
it is, and I can't really turn it off very well.
What do you mean
And
by
so-
focused on the consequences of your actions? Help us understand what kind of thoughts you have.
So I feel like from a really early age, I saw like the effects of like basically going through your life without analyzing or being aware of like the things you're doing to the people around you. I had like my father was kind of basically the model of like what I didn't want to become.
You have fat lips, bro.
Thanks. They're good for kissing your mom.
Ghosty, what the fuck?
I kissed her
Chill out.
first.
What?
Shiva! Hi, Andy! I'm
Did you ever see the
my
rest?
session. Stop vaping, dick!
Oh no.
You'll die!
I just got part of your game.
Another me? Oh my god! It's only tapping maps.
Which flower do you like? I like all flowers. I like really pretty looking flowers.
What is
I like-
Even the ones that are
what am I
poisonous to
B-rank on
cats?
this? Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself.
I don't really have a favorite flower. I just really like all flowers. As long as like, you know.
Alright, are you ready for it?
Favorite flower.
You ready for the most 276 BPM strain of your life?
Mustache! Wait, let's watch the
no.
round table stream. Let's watch the round table stream. 加油
Let's-
mustache! 加油加多一点油！可以的！
Are you speaking another language?
Yeah, I'm speaking on in Mandarin.
What did you
How so?
Well, okay, so my dad and my mom were never married. I'm from a military family. So everyone is in the Navy. My mom was in the Navy, my dad was in the Navy, my stepdad was in the Navy. But anyway, they basically didn't get married or anything like that. My dad like got dishonorably discharged from the military for drugs. Back then it was like he was on the hospital floors. He was a nurse as well, but I think he was like doing liquid cocaine. But anyway, long story short, he went through like rehab and everything like that, and my mom got pregnant with me, and then he left and did his own thing, and it's kind of left us, to our own devices over the years. And so I kind of wanted to make sure like I always took into account other people in my life. So I didn't want to become like him.
And what is he like?
So I would characterize my dad as being kind of scared of his emotions, and probably a good ounce of like some toxic masculinity thrown in there. I feel like he's done a lot of the same mistakes that I've made in my life, but like he was not aware enough to realize what he was doing. And so that now his life has kind of come back full circle, and these things that he's done in the past are kind of like starting to haunt him. I feel like he's getting older, and I think he's kind of realizing that.
So, OG, you said that you didn't want to be like him. What
Right.
about him did you not? What?
I didn't want to not take into account other people's lives that I'm ruining. Like, so, like,
Whose lives did he ruin?
he basically, my mom's been like pretty scarred from it. She's still like, like you can see certain things about people that change over time, and like obviously I wasn't alive to see the change, but like I know it's affected my mom very profoundly. and then like
What has
just
affected your mom very profoundly? What's its?
just the I feel his disregard for taking into account like other people's feelings,
How did
emotion,
he do that?
by just caring only about himself, being selfish. I don't know.
What does that look like? So you're giving me conclusions,
Okay.
right? You're saying like he didn't care about people's feelings, but I'm like, what? How do I know? Like, what did he do or not do?
Right. Right. So I mean, okay. So the relationship, my mom did everything for my dad. Like really took care of him when everyone else kind of abandoned him.
And when was
And-
that? What was going on in his life that everyone abandoned him?
Basically getting dishonorably discharged from the military. It was pretty scandalous. Everyone that he was on the floor with, that was in on them passing out drugs on the hospital floor, basically went to like federal prison, except for him. And I have suspicions that maybe, I don't know, that he didn't go to
what?
that he didn't go to federal prison because he ratted people out or something.
Is that one of the things that you also don't want from him? You don't want to be a rat?
Oh, I don't particularly care about that facet of it.
And so after he was dishonorably discharged, how did he meet your mom? Well, he'd known your mom already at that point?
Yes, no. They were together while they were in the military, and like they weren't married, but that happened. You're gonna have to excuse me. Like I'm really like jittery right now. I'm kind of like really nervous. I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah, we can tell. Help me understand
Yeah.
why you feel nervous. What do you think is going on? Or let's start with what you feel.
Just well, it's just a lot of pressure. Just the topic and just the whole thing is kind of. Yeah.
Can you help me understand what pressure you feel?
I worry about talking this openly about these very intimate things in my life, and I worry about
Sure.
it coming full circle. Obviously, I'm not using my, but like I am a nurse, and so like, I just, my interactions with the community is interesting.
What are
I
you
don't know.
afraid of?
Losing my license, or just appearing to be so dysfunctional in a way that like it could come and haunt me, essentially.
Well, I understand that you're afraid, and I'm wondering whether maybe the first thing that we should do is help you with that fear. Right? Because I'm envisioning, I don't want you to be like keeping this fear at bay over the course of the next hour.
Sure.
I just don't think like that sounds like it's painful to me, and I don't want you to suffer.
Sure.
And so is it okay if we try to kind of address that for a moment?
Okay.
So the first thing is, how would talking like this, how would this lead to losing your license?
I don't know. As soon as marijuana gets involved, like things are very, very in the gray area as far as like what can be done legally
Sure.
to people, and
So maybe we shouldn't talk about marijuana.
sure, that's fine too.
How would that help your fear, if at all?
Well, I still want to talk about things. I think I'm just I'm getting comfortable is all. It's just I think
Sure.
that as we go on, I'll get more comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, but dude, I don't want you to lose your license because you came on stream. Like that would be a royal fuck up.
Right. Now, so just context. Like I'm at a point where I'm pretty much at I don't care anymore. So I'm moving into a different career. Just that sounds really bad. I'm in actively a full-time student in college right now. Just moving
see.
towards a different career.
Okay.
And that's for a different. There's a lot going on in my life. There's a lot. So
Sounds like you're pretty overwhelmed and you're dealing with a lot.
yeah.
Is it too much?
I would say so.
What makes it feel like it's too much?
I feel like I can't get ahead. I feel for like I feel like I'm treading water, and I'm going nowhere, and I'm getting tired of treading water. Not in the I know how that sounds, but like I don't feel like I'm getting anywhere. I just feel like all the advantages and disadvantages are weighted against me.
Sure.
I mean, the way I live right now is not ideal. I'm living in like not even a 500 square foot like studio apartment with my mom, and like my cat's dying. My cat's got cancer. And
Yeah, I mean,
everything's just very hard right now, and like it sounds really bad, but like this COVID thing is just like I don't even feel like that's even messing with me. Like I'm just dealing with all these other things that have gone on with my life.
yeah.
Like I don't know, I've lost a lot, and this is like basically what a lot of my problems with sex and everything comes from, is because once I get into these spirals, like I get to a point where I just don't care to what I'm doing to the people around me. Yes, and so there's a lot of self-loathing that goes. Yes.
You don't want to do what other people want you to do.
Yes. Nope.
You know, this is going to sound kind of random, but maybe I'm trying to cut the tension
What's
a
the
little bit
shit?
because
Oh,
I can
God.
see you're
Sure.
suffering. I wonder what it feels like to become a vampire.
What the fuck? Sorry, what?
What kind of vampire? The Bram Stoker vampire, or are we talking like Twilight vampire?
Sorry, what?
I wouldn't want to be a
No
Twilight
shot.
vampire.
There's no shot I'm getting this right. There's no shot I'm only getting this right.
But I mean, what I'm hearing you say, OG, is that you can feel yourself becoming a monster,
Fuck off.
Yes.
and you can't stop the transformation.
Yeah, I really do. Like, it sounds really weird, but I try my best to be the best person that I can be.
Mhm.
And I feel because, I don't know, I feel like I'm working against that, and so, like, again, it feeds into that self-loathing.
You're working against what? Being the best.
I'm working. Yes. Yeah.
I don't.
It's like
Really what I'm seeing from you, OG, is that I think you seem exhausted to me.
Yes. Yep.
And you say you've been depressed for 3 or 4 years. I mean, I'm sure that a psychiatrist somewhere could diagnose you with depression, but what it feels like to me is that you've been fighting for a long time and you're just getting worn down.
Yep.
And it can be very, very hard to fight and struggle and get up every day and try to shift the mountain of bullshit that your life has become. And what I'm envisioning is a guy who wakes up every day, walks outside of his house or 500-foot studio apartment living with your mom, and outside your door is a gigantic mountain, and then you do your work for the day, which is pushing against the mountain.
Yep.
Trying to get it to move. And then after a day of pushing and pushing and pushing and the mountain not going anywhere, you go back to your 500-foot studio apartment where you live with your mom, and you go to bed, and then you wake up the next day, and then you walk outside and you start pushing against the mountain. And
That sounds about right.
It seems like an exercise in futility. It seems like there are parts of you that say that you have to try, you have to change, you have to do better, you have to do more, and then you walk outside and there's just this fucking mountain sitting there. And you know that you have to move it, and so you start pushing and pushing and pushing, but it doesn't go anywhere, and you feel stuck, and you feel like you're not making progress, but you don't want to be the guy who gives up, because your dad did that too.
Yep. And I feel like that's a big problem that I have, is I can't let go I can't let go of things. It's really hard for me to.
What is it that you feel like you should let go? What is it that you hold on to?
I feel like sometimes, like, I feel like I need to be able to give up on things that I'm working on. Like, I wish that I could give. I know it sounds really cathartic, like saying it out loud, but I mean, I wish that I could give myself a break. But
You know, I'm not quite sure how important this is, OG, but you make a lot of comments about how the things you say sound a certain way. Have you noticed that?
yep, I did now. You've pointed it out. I do notice it now.
Yeah. What do you think is up with that? Why would you need to tell us that what you're saying is not cathartic? Because that's basically what you're doing.
I have this bad habit of always trying to be in other people's heads
That I
all
understand.
the time.
Okay, so that's fine. But why is it important for you to correct the perception that other people have?
I don't want to be seen a certain way. I feel like I'm very probably way too much in tune with caring about what other people think.
Yeah. How do you want to be seen today?
You know, I'm to the point where I don't want to focus on how I want to be seen. I just care about how I want to see me, because I feel like that's what matters. And
How do you see you?
exhausted.
Yeah. Are you a bad person? Are you a monster?
I wonder, like, it makes me think, like, with everything that's happened to me, that, like, I wonder if there's, like, a breaking point in every person. And it doesn't matter, it's just across the board. I wonder if there's breaking points in people where it doesn't matter, like, there's a point at which everyone cracks.
Are you broken?
I don't know. I keep on breaking over and over again, so I don't know if there's a state of, of I don't know what's the original thing to get put back in together.
Yeah, I mean, you're laughing about that, but that sounds fucking terrible.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is a guy who's been broken time and time and time again. To where, like, you know, the first time something breaks, you can take the pieces and you can kind of, like, fit them back together, right?
Yep.
But what I'm hearing from you is that you've been shattered beyond all recognition. Like, literally, that's what you're saying. That you've been broken so much that we don't even know what you're supposed to be anymore.
Yeah. Maybe. Sorry, my sense of humor is a little off.
Good. I'm glad. So
that's how I...
one bright point I've seen so far. Actually, there are a lot of bright points about you, but it's the one that's the easiest to pick out. So tell us about this whole cycle about relationships and getting into a relationship and investing emotionally.
I think I just give my all. That's it. Like, that's the best way I can describe it, is I feel almost like powerful when I'm in relationships, because I feel like I could do anything that I was ever required to do to make things work. Like, for example, one of my relationships, I stopped what I was doing. I dropped out of college. Well, I didn't drop out of college. Long story short, I had a really shifty living situation with my friends, but they blew our rent money on drugs, and so we were getting evicted. And so I was talking to this one girl, and she said to come to Tennessee, and that, you know, I could live with her and it would be great, and that I can go to school over there. And so I dropped everything. I've sold like everything I could to fit everything in my car. I went across the nation to try and make things work. And after like 2.5 years of like toiling out in the sun, doing manual labor to like make things work, it didn't work out. And it's ironic because I'm still in touch with that woman, and she had the exact same thing happen to her, or it's actively going on, and so it's weird. I don't take
What's
any
the
pleasure.
exact same thing?
Where you're in a relationship with someone where you love them and they could care less. So
I'm confused. So
confused.
where in this so like you said that last I understood, you moved across the country to be with her for Tennessee. Y'all were together
Yep.
for 2.5 years. I didn't hear
Yep.
anything. You were doing manual labor out in the sun, and I didn't
Yep.
hear anything about love, like one person loving and one person not caring.
I mean, I loved her, and I was willing to work as hard as I could to make things work. But it's like a tug of war where someone's not pulling on the other side. If you don't have that tension, things just fall apart. Like, I put in this much effort, you reciprocate, you should at least match my effort. It was always like a black hole of me throwing emotional investment just into whatever, It
And
didn't
so-
go anywhere.
So why were you guys together for 2.5 years then?
Well, things were okay in the beginning. There was a point at which, there was tension on that rope, that metaphorical rope.
Sure.
And, she tried and I tried, and, things were fine. And as time went, to keep things short and brief, I'm of one political mindset and she's of the other, and that caused a lot of friction. So, and then, yeah.
Okay, so the first thing is I don't think you necessarily need to keep things brief.
Okay.
Right? So and because let me just explain to you, for example, why I'm a little bit curious about the situation. Because on the one
Yeah.
hand, you say that there's kind of this relationship of you throwing love into a black hole and
Yep.
not being reciprocated. And on the other hand, I'm hearing that essentially the source of y'all's problems is a political disconnect.
Yeah, but there was a lot that happened beforehand. Sorry, I was very self-conscious about time. To go into it a little bit deeper. So she had a really traumatic experience growing up. She had basically got raped, and she imprinted a lot of the things. She would have flashbacks, and then she would imprint essentially that trauma onto me. So that resulted in a whole bunch of number of weird wonky things having to be done and worked with in the relationship.
Like what?
Basically we just didn't have sex anymore because she imprinted those experiences onto me, and I was like, okay, that's fine. We won't have sex anymore. But I was I was so willing to keep the relationship alive. And and I don't know the point at which she stopped caring, but that's basically when things got really bad, because once we broke up, I know I'm hopping around a lot, there's just so much. Towards the end, I was still in nursing school, and I had 6 months left of nursing school, and she decided to still see other people while we were still living together, and so it was really hard. I finished nursing school. I passed. I did my boards.
Wow.
But
That's impressive, man.
it was really hard.
Was she
there was-
sexually active with the people she was seeing while y'all were living together?
Yes, and that was the most frustrating thing about it, because that
Frustrating.
scenario, frustrating in that the thing that I can't stand the most is when hypocrisy, and I will hold myself to a huge high standard to make sure that I am not a hypocrite in anything that I try to. Anyway, so yeah, essentially she had told me that this experience in her life had affected her in such a way that she couldn't have sex with me anymore, and there was this disconnect in that she was seeing other people, A, in the house or whatever, and like I'm still living there, and then B, like it's kind of just feels like, why would it be acceptable to see other people in this way when this is the dynamic that like, I don't know,
How does it make you feel that she isn't having sex with you when y'all are together and she's
right. It was fucking awful.
sounds
To put
fucking
things
awful.
and like that went on for 6 months. I would be like on the phone with my best friend at the time, like day in day out, just like in tears, just like, this is fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Like, but I got out of it.
How do you
I
think
moved.
someone feels about themselves after an experience like that?
They feel like shit, and like I
In
think
what
that
way?
like, well, I know personally that my self-worth was severely damaged from that experience, and because it calls into question for me like what I put up with and what I didn't have to put up with, and that I didn't advocate for myself in a way to protect myself, and
So
I should have.
OG, you're doing two things, right? One is that hurts your self-worth, because I can imagine that you're kind of feeling
Yeah.
like, what's wrong with me?
Right.
Like, why is this woman, like, who I'm giving so much into the relationship, and she's not willing to have sex with me because of this made-up trauma bullshit? And I mean, I have no idea what was real or what wasn't or anything. I'm not saying that she wasn't
Right.
actually traumatized. But I can imagine that if I were in your shoes, I would feel like something about that is bullshit, right? So I think you call it
Right.
hypocrisy. My mind formulates that as something that's quote-unquote made up, which is unfair. But it's an emotional thought. It's not a rational one.
Right.
Like, I mean, it just sounds like bullshit. So you feel bad about yourself, right? So, like, what's wrong with you? And then you do something else, which is that you beat yourself up for feeling bad about yourself. Right? There's a difference between self-loathing and lack of self-worth. Does that make sense?
Yes, I feel like I have both going on though,
You
and I'm
do
feeding
have both
one into
going
the
on.
other.
Yep, very good. Right? So in terms of your feeling overwhelmed, so OG, let me just jump in for a second, okay? So
Please.
first of all, I think you can get better. And I think that the mountain that you're trying to move, you're actually making forward progress. Like, whether, I just don't think that you're able to perceive it right now. So what I'm hearing is a guy who's actually incredibly resilient, incredibly strong, incredibly smart, and incredibly reflective. I'm hearing someone who, I'm talking to someone who I think is moral, who cares about other people, who wants to be a good person, and not out of selfishness, but like genuinely like wants to be like good and successful and kind to other people, and wants to be like a force of like good and positivity in the people around him.
Yes.
And
Just yes, yeah.
that's who you are, right? And I think some things are getting in the way of that. And our goal here is like, so the tricky thing there is that it's hard to reconcile being that person with hating yourself. Like, that's the real rub, is like there's a part of you that feels like you're a piece of shit and hates yourself because of it. And then there's a part of you that strives to be better and like wants to be a good person and actually, you know, bends over backward to accommodate people that you care about. And really just prolongs what sounds like in some situations like sort of toxic kind of things, which we can think about, right? So in a bizarre way, OG, I think that you're somewhat responsible for your circumstances, which is sort of a double-edged sword. So I think a big problem that a lot of people have is that they don't, like, you know, you kind of say when you look outside, you said something about that the advantages and disadvantages are stacked against you. So that sort of makes sense and can be comforting in some way because it's like not our fault. But it's also kind of like doesn't give us a road forward, because then like, what do we do about that? Right? If life is just fucking you over, then like you can't really do a whole lot about that. But it's...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And so like that's a dynamic that I've been having to deal with, and it's like so like to add to that stack of bullshit, like I lost pretty much two of my best friends at the beginning of the year, just to get, I don't know, that's like a whole nother thing, but
How did you lose your best friends? How does one lose a best friend?
essentially like they got into a friend group that didn't really care for me, and like I've known these people for like one of them I've known over for 15 years, and the other one I've known him but I wasn't friends with him until about like 5 years ago, but I've known him for 15 years too. And like the reason why I feel like I'm very hyper concerned about what other people think of me is because I lost two of my friends essentially, and to possibly like the circumstances that I'm in, and I can't, like, I don't feel like they understand or feel the like the weight of everything that's going on in my life, and all they see is a dude that fucking, you know, is staying with his mom and, you know, not gonna go anywhere, or, you know, that's a
You think
real fear for me.
They abandoned you because you're a loser?
Sure. That's, yeah. I mean I wouldn't put it so harshly, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
That embodies the idea perfectly though.
yeah. I mean, that's what I'm hearing you say. You're just saying it in more words.
Yeah.
So, OG, I mean, I'm kind of noticing a pattern here. It sounds like people.
Yeah, people suck. My interactions with people, that's, yeah. I usually feel like I have like an interaction where I'm giving a lot and never receiving.
Yeah, so let's think about that for a second. Go ahead, sorry.
And that kind of ties into a lot. I might be like assuming a lot, but I'm positive that probably feeds into like the behaviors I have around like sex.
What are some of those behaviors?
I'm trying to think of where to start. So me being a person that's very, very concentrated on like consequences of my actions, I'm having to deal with feeling like,
What are the behaviors?
oh, it's just, okay. Actual verbs of what's basically going on is just like I'm using 4 different dating apps. Well, actually, technically 5 if you include Facebook's dating services, and I'm basically approaching it like a salesman approaches like leads and sales, using like a law of averages just to try and, you know, basically go through 5 different apps and go for a numbers game approach rather than actual and emotional.
And what are you going for? What are you looking for?
Anything. Something is better than nothing is basically what it comes down to.
What are you getting?
What am I getting? I'm getting interesting like interactions with people I would never normally interact with. I'm getting sex. I'm getting like an emotional temporary, like an emotional band-aid, I feel like is the best way to describe it.
So what happens when you have sex?
It's basically a different form of drug for me. My problems tend to just evaporate out of my head, and I don't think about those things anymore, and I'm kind of free for that time. And that's kind of the reason why I smoke so much, is that it puts me into like a mental state of which I don't feel burden, anxiety, or like the pain of like everything that's going on around me.
Is that why you consider yourself addicted to sex?
No, it's the frequency, it's the number of people, and it gets very out of hand the worse things are for me in that given situation. So like the relationship cycles and everything that I go through, it gets particularly bad.
Can you walk us through one of those? Like, so what does that look like?
So when I went to Tennessee and that didn't work out, and shit was hitting the fan, and I was in nursing school, and like everything was just like putting that downward force on me, like I had to just have some type of like escape. And so again,
What were
I
you
kind of
escaping from?
everything.
Okay.
I felt like I just needed to be away from
So I'm gonna
my
pause for a
situation.
second, okay?
Sure.
So I want to explain to you why you're trying to move mountains. So what are you running away from? What did you-
Failure?
No. Fuck, don't try to be Freudian. I'm just
Oh.
asking you. I asked you like what were you trying to get away from, and what was your answer?
Everything.
Okay. How do you fix that?
Fixing my circumstances around me.
No, I'm asking you, how do you fix everything?
Oh.
Let's say I come to you, OG, and I'm your friend. I'm the one best friend that didn't abandon you. I'm going to say, OG,
Yes.
my life is falling apart. What do you say?
I don't know. How can I help? What's going on?
Well, so what's going on is everything is going wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't
And
sound like you're
can-
very. Yeah.
You can help by fixing everything. Can you help me fix everything?
No, I see what you're saying.
What am I saying?
That I need to, if I want to make change in my life, I need to approach it in a systematic way, an organized way, instead of just saying everything is wrong. There's no way to solve everything. I need to actually probably maybe have a plan of attack. Maybe.
Sure. So I think you're moving way too fast, buddy. You're on the highway already. So I'd say the first thing is like you're even moving one step ahead of where I am. So I think the first thing to understand is that like if everything like so if we just listen to what you've said today, okay? Your cat has cancer. You live in a studio apartment. You're addicted to sex. You're making a career change. So obviously something with nursing was not working out.
Yeah, that was a whole nother story too.
Sure.
Yeah.
So and what you feel is overwhelmed, right? Because every dimension of your life you're getting fucked. Like your friends are abandoning you, your cat is dying. Interesting that you chose to be a nurse with all this business with your father, and I don't even know what's going on there, but we can talk about that,
Yeah, everyone's nurses in my family. Yeah, my stepdad, my mom, and my dad were all nurses, so it's like I don't know. It felt like.
Can I keep
go ahead.
talking?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to just try to listen if that's okay.
Yeah.
So I think the issue here is that like when you look at your life, I think it makes sense because you look at your life and you see a life where there's like good evidence that everything around you is kind of falling apart. But the challenge is that like everything is not something that you can fix, right? So like I understand that you're talking about a plan of attack. Like, we're not even there yet. Let's first understand that the reason that you can't move a mountain is because you've made a monolith of all of your problems. And so no wonder, because like you wake up every day and your mind asks itself the question, okay, what's wrong? Because that's what our mind does. Our mind tries to help us out. And then your mind is like, well, everything is wrong. So there's the problem solving part of your mind that's like, okay, OG, what's wrong? And then OG says everything is wrong. And then the mind is like, okay, how do I fix that? And OG is like, I'm not sure. And then your mind doesn't know what to do. So then you're sitting with this like sense of like impossibility of like fixing everything in your life. And then you end up coping, right? So when anytime I see someone that has multiple addictive behaviors, I don't think about addiction as the diagnosis. I think about it as a symptom. So in your case, what you're addicted to is avoidance. Right? So like whether you get that through a substance or a sexual relationship or video games or whatever, or reading a Warhammer book. And the other tricky thing here is that like there's a spectrum of something like when it's not that bad, we call it coping. And when it is bad, we call it addiction. But I think it's artificial that these things are binary. It's like they're on a spectrum. So the question is like, what are you running away from? And when you say everything, like, I don't think that's something you can fix. I think if you try to solve everything in your life and everything being wrong is the problem, you're going to feel this way for the rest of your life. It's an issue of conception of what your problems are. And I think at the core of it is... Anyway, I'm going to pause for a second. So any thoughts about that?
I would say that when I said everything, I feel like it's just the way it's describing my feelings.
Absolutely.
I feel like, yes, and like I don't rationalize it in my head as like I can't win, or that, you know, I'm not attacking my problems, like I can do something about this problem. And like I don't look at it as one big giant. I try not to.
So let me jump in for a second,
Yes.
which is exactly why I think a plan of attack is not your problem. So you're saying that if I feel like everything is the problem, in my head I don't actually think everything is a problem. I recognize that my cat is dying, I don't have friends, I'm making a career change. Because the interesting thing is that, OG, you actually seem very adaptive to me, right? So like I think the plan of attack is actually not where you're missing out. You're saying you're assuming that I'm saying you need a plan of attack. No, I don't think you need a plan of attack, because you've demonstrated. So you kind of talk about this relationship where you moved across country, right, to be with this woman. You spent 2.5 years with her, and then you describe 6 months of a period of time where she's fucking other dudes, and she wouldn't fuck you for 2.5 years. And the troll part of me was like, how the fuck can you be a sex addict if you're not having sex in a relationship?
It do be 4 a.m. though.
Right. And so, I mean,
I'll say
while
also-
that was going on, like, I was going on my little, like, to talk back about the behaviors. If I had to, like, describe, like, what that was like, it was like 3 days out of the week, I saw 3 different women, and I was just going through apps like an addict.
Sure.
Like, that's the best.
So
and
so
that-
my point is that so this looks like a bad scenario, right? Like
Right.
everything that I just described seems like a bad scenario, but I actually think there's a lot of good stuff here. So let me hear, like, this is, I know this is going to sound weird, but so the first thing is that you were in a situation where you took drastic changes and just didn't sit there. So you decided to like up and move and try to make something of your life. You moved across country. You know, you sold whatever you needed to. You took drastic steps. I think a lot of the people that watch Twitch and watch our stream wish they could do what you did. They feel stuck because they're the ones that don't ever move out. They don't move across countries. They're talking to a girl, but they don't have the balls to actually try to make it work. So the first thing is that you're adaptive and you're willing to make change, which I think is a huge plus. The second thing is that you tried for 2.5 years to make this relationship work. Like, I know a lot of people that are like, I'm not going to get laid, I'm done in 6 months. Right? Or even
Right.
3 weeks or 3 days.
I mean, I really did love her, and that's like.
So we'll get to that that crap in a second.
Go ahead.
My
Sure.
point though is that, like, once again, so this is a guy who's adaptive, willing to make drastic changes, willing to, like, it doesn't give up easily. Right? And then also, like, even though things are really, really bad, like, manages to finish nursing school, even though you're living with someone who won't fuck you and will fuck other dudes. And you managed to not drop out. Like, what the fuck, man? That's amazing.
I've watched a lot of your other streams, and like, I don't remember your guest's name, but like, I really resonated with his situation, and that, like, well, I think you were talking about how, like, there's an inevitable feeling of that you're gonna run into failure, right? And I'm kind of getting in there. I procrastinate like
Sure, we all do.
terrible. And I just feel like as I'm going further in academia, like, I'm getting that reality check the further I go.
Good.
As if I don't change something about my behaviors, I will not be able to keep.
So my point,
grades. Yeah.
OG, about sharing all these positive things is I think you actually demonstrate through your history that you're pretty good at developing a plan of attack. That's not where your problem is. So I don't think your solution is to get better at a plan of attack, because I just think, just take any one thing. Let's just take the one thing about moving to Tennessee. You wake up one day and you realize that your drug addict roommates have used all your rent money for drugs and you're being evicted. I would just fall apart and roll around on the ground outside for about a few days before I even know what to do. And you start plan of attack. I can't take all this stuff to Tennessee. Where am I going to go? What are my options? Okay, Tennessee. There's something there that I could make work. I can make life into lemons into lemonade, right? And then
Sure.
you're like, I can't take all my shit because I only have a car, so I have to sell some shit. It's not leave it on the side of the road, it's actually sell it. So you made a little bit of money, you sold some stuff. Like, there are all kinds of problems you could, and then you move across country, you move in with her, she has trauma. Okay, plan of attack. How are we going to do that? We're going to be a good boyfriend. We love her. We're going to support her. We're not going to pressure her into sex. We're going to try to make this work. Plan of attack. All right, now we're breaking up. There's something going on. She used to be emotionally invested in the relationship. There's no more tension in the rope. She's not emotionally invested in the relationship. Things are not working out. We're going to break up. You guys break up. Okay, now she's fucking other dudes. Plan of attack. What am I going to do? I'm going to fuck other chicks. Right? Plan of attack is not your problem. Your problem is not that, like, this is a monolith that needs to be broken down. Actually, that's your problem. Is that you need to change the perception that everything is wrong in your life. Because it is the perception that everything is wrong in your life that is making you feel overwhelmed. Because you're actually really good at managing problems. That's the bizarre thing. You actually have a bizarre amount of forward momentum and change and adaptation in your life. I know it doesn't feel that way to you. But, like, which is fair. So my point is that, like, this needs to start with your feelings, not with your attack, not with your actions. You don't need to be doing things differently. You need to be feeling things differently. Because you're actually, it sounds like you just manage really, really well, man. So like, and now we get to, like, where do these feelings come from, right? So we can talk about, you know, the sex addictive behaviors, and I'm sure that may be titillating. But in my mind, like, I don't know that, like, diving down into the way in which you, like, are you know, on 5 dating apps, like, I'm sure that's worthwhile to talk about, but I don't think that, like, spending an hour talking about the way in which you use dating apps is going to help you.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, if we're really here, so now we have a fork in the road, which is, like, do we want to satisfy the voyeurism of Twitch chat? And you know, like, do we have a conversation about, like, how do you get laid? Because people are like, how the fuck, I wish I was on 5 dating apps. Right.
All right, listen up, Twitch.
Right, so that's
yeah,
absolutely a conversation that we could have. But I mean, I think at the end of the day, I try to do live streaming as if I'm having a conversation with one person, and I try to help that person. And so my biggest question for you, OG, is how many people have told you or have demonstrated to you that you're not good enough?
Ooh, that one hurts. A lot. A lot. I don't know. That feeling would definitely drive deep in probably feeling like the way I do about my dad is definitely like I wasn't good enough to, you know, have those types of, like, father-son interactions, or to have enough, like, investment into my life that, you know.
So if you're not, I want to ask you something. When your ex-girlfriend, when you started to feel like you weren't good enough for her, how hard did you try?
Oh my fuck. Oh shit. No, we tried very hard. I don't know how to quantify
and so
it.
how overwhelmed, so the harder you tried, if I were to draw a graph where the x-axis is trying hard and the y-axis, the x-axis is, let me think about this. So let me just ask the question in a different way.
Sure.
The more that you felt like inadequate or that you weren't good enough, you tried harder, right?
Yeah.
And when you were trying really, really hard, how overwhelmed did you feel?
I felt like I was always, like, pushing against a wall all the time.
Right, so, like, this is going to sound really bizarre, and I hope this makes sense. Your problem, OG, is that you're pushing against a wall, and that's futile. And so I want you to just think about this. The problem isn't that you're unable, like, the problem isn't that you're weak. The problem is that you're pushing against something that is immovable. Your solution is not to, like, get stronger so you can push the mountain. The solution is to stop trying to push a mountain. Like, I don't know if you know how to translate that into your actual life, but do you see what I'm saying? You're setting up a situation where futility is the only result. Like, let's just think about this. So you feel like you're not good enough, so you try extra hard. And the harder you try, the more overwhelmed you feel and the more powerless you feel. The funny thing is that feeling, like, you wouldn't feel overwhelmed or powerless if you weren't pushing. Does that make sense? Like,
Yes.
there's a futility. Like, just think about this. The harder you try, you're like giving everything, and you're giving everything, and you're giving everything, and nothing is working, and nothing is working, and nothing is working, and everything is wrong in your life, and there's nothing you can do, and you wake up every day, and it's just a slog, and you can't take it anymore. You've been doing this for years, and you've been trying and trying and trying, and all of your effort is futile. You're worthless. It's a whole big mess of worthlessness. And it starts with you trying. Because just imagine this for a second. If you didn't try, then are your actions futile?
I see.
What do you see? Explain it to us.
I think what you're talking about is that if I set an expectation of win or fail, if I don't have expectations of winning or failing, and trying is kind of like implied into, conquering whatever it is that I'm trying to approach. But if I get rid of the expectation, then there is no struggle.
That's not exactly where I was going from it. I think this is a problem of you watching too much of our content. Okay,
Yeah, sorry.
So, it's a little bit of a joke. So I'm glad you've learned a lot.
Yeah.
But I'm
Thank you, by the way.
try
Yeah.
to like actually mold it a little bit more. What I want you to understand is that you are setting up a problem for yourself that you cannot win. Right?
Sure.
And so, like, this is what exhausts, frustrates, and makes people want to give up, is you set yourself up against an unsolvable problem, and then you try a lot, and then you, like, feel like a failure over and over again, even though, like, the game is fucking rigged. The problem is that not that life sets advantages and disadvantages against you that are, like, against you. It's that you're setting yourself up for absolute failure. And the problem is that when you set yourself up for absolute failure, you give forth absolute effort, and you love 110%, and you try 110%, and you put up with all kinds of shit that is really, like, unreasonable to put up with. Whether it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't even get me started there. There's all kinds of weird signs that, like, there's a pattern of, like, people fucking you over, right?
Yes.
The thing is, like, I don't think you're that dumb. I think it's because you set yourself up for people fucking you over. Because you give in too much into the relationship when you should say, I shouldn't try to push against this wall anymore. You try to make her love you when, like, that's not something you can do.
Right.
Right?
I learned that.
Yes.
Yes.
But I don't think you did. So, like, what you learned is that you can't make her love you, but you're sure as hell going to try the next person. And you're sure as hell going to try the next person. And you've been learning this lesson over and over and over again with individual people, but you haven't learned it in general. Because you tried to get your two best friends to love you, you tried to get this girl to love you, and you tried to get your dad to love you. And the reason that you try is because you're trying to get everyone to love you. Because at the core of it, you feel like you're unlovable. And this is the thing, is that has to come out root and stem.
Right. And I feel like a lot of it is, like, I can't love myself. And, like, that's something I'm really trying hard to do, is, like, have compassion for myself and everything.
There's the self-loathing. Right? So, like, not only you're unlovable, you beat yourself up for being unlovable. And all of these behaviors, like, do you see the patterns of trying, like, putting yourself in situations where people essentially take advantage of you, and then you're like, oh, fuck that, I'm not going to let these people take advantage of me. You move across country and you let someone else take advantage of you. And then you're like, fuck that, I'm done with that, now you're over here, and then you let someone else take advantage of you. This pattern is actually of your own making. I don't think you're that unlucky. Like, this is not random chance. Like, when we see this pattern over and over and over again, I think you're creating it.
Yeah, and I feel like I was, like, I couldn't quite, I don't know. It's like I felt like I was responsible for a lot of, like, I was like, this can't just be a me thing. Or a them thing, I should say. I'm definitely a part of this problem, and I need to figure out what exactly.
So now the question, like, what I really want you to tunnel down is, I think there are going to be some cases where if we tunnel down, I would make this prediction, that there are some moments where you feel unloved and someone is mistreating you. And in that moment, instead of acknowledging their mistreatment, what you do is you try to make them love you by, like, giving more.
Yep.
Because the thought of being unlovable is so intolerable to you because you've been hurt this way over and over and over again that, like, that becomes the spot that you try to protect. And this isn't... You gonna say something?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
I'm going to keep going.
Just feelings. It's cool.
Yeah. So, like, I want you guys to understand this. Like, if you have a weak point, right? Like, let's say I take an arrow to the knee, and then, like, the next day I take an arrow to the knee, and the next day that I take an arrow to the knee. What happens is I start protecting myself. Like, I'm going to put, like, armor over my knee because, like, that's where I keep on getting hit, right? Make sense? The problem is that the way that you try to protect yourself from feeling unloved is to put yourself in situations that are untenable and will make you eventually feel rejected. It's like you're putting on armor that has a bullseye on it. Right? Like, you're creating these patterns where you're essentially letting people abuse you, like, over and over and over again. Like, you're creating abusive relationships for yourself. You're creating situations of abandonment where you overinvest. Because instead, like, the problem here, what I'm telling you, OG, is the problem is not trying hard enough or not being strong enough. It's trying too hard. It's pushing against a wall that you can't move.
Yes. And, like, a thing that I'm afraid of, too, is that I worry about what happens when I turn that engine off.
Beautiful. That's your fucking problem. That's exactly what you need to do. You need to face that fear. You need to accept that there's a possibility that people may not love you. Instead of trying to control them and make them love you, you have to accept that maybe they don't. And this is the fucking paradox thing. This is why Zen is so paradoxical. When you start doing that, people will start loving you. When you accept that people may not love you and that you can't make them love you, when you let go of that control and you let go of that paranoia, you're also going to stop tolerating the abusive behavior. Because you're going to say to yourself, okay, this person is not treating me right. I can't make them treat me right. They don't love me, so be it. Therefore, I don't have to double down and invest twice as much in the relationship. Oh, like, I'm pushing against this wall and it's not moving because it's attached to a bank. And the bank is 500,000 square feet. And it's made of brick and cement. And I can't push it. Oh, maybe I should stop. But that's not what you do. Because, like, when you feel the resistance of someone not loving you, when that feeling of not being loved arises within you, you push harder and harder and harder and harder and harder. And it doesn't cause the mountain to move. And it just leaves you exhausted.
I think you figured me out, Dr. K.
What does that do for you, though? I figured you out. Fantastic. I'm going to go have lunch now. Go fuck yourself.
And, like, the problem, I feel like I come to, like, very similar conclusions. Just, I feel like your conclusion is super eloquent and, like, how it encompasses everything. It's just, I'm like, I'll get to the point where, like, okay, like, the problem is coming from me. How do I stop this? How do I do it?
Exactly.
Yes.
So what do you do with this, man? What do you think?
It's hard. I have to be, like, willing to let go of a lot.
how do you be willing to let go? I'm going to help you, don't worry. My
Please,
point is that
thank you.
everything up until this point is worthless without the next step. You get that? Like, I have not helped you 1%. Like, helping you is going to be binary today. We can go 99% of the road, but unless we can help you with the next step, this doesn't help at all. You with me?
Okay.
Like, showing you what your problem is, like, sure, good diagnosis precedes good treatment, but, like, good diagnosis with no treatment is worthless. So there are two solutions, okay? The first thing is I want you to recognize this as it's happening and stop pushing. There are going to be moments, and I'm not even going to say there are going to be moments. Because I just don't accept this for a second. Who in your life right now are you trying to win over? Actually, maybe not COVID. But-
I'm trying to win over myself. It's
Okay.
I don't know. I'm really trying not to, like, personally, my goal, well, my challenge right now that I'm trying to work through is just trying to be independent. Because you've kind of tapped into, like, a lot of my codependency issues that I've
Yep.
had throughout. Yes. And my thing is I just want to be independent. I
Yep.
don't
Okay.
like it. Yes.
So I'm trying to be independent. How do you try? So what do we do? What's our solution to that?
In that regard, I need some source of, like, love that is not coming from external sources. Like, I need to have
Incorrect.
enough love. No?
So
Go.
remember that the goal here is to stop trying, right?
Yes.
So you're trying to
Okay.
be independent, so what should you do?
Not care about being independent?
Absolutely. You should accept that you're not ready to be independent. And being independent means not relying on external sources of love. So what should you do?
Should not care.
Incorrect. You should care. You should rely on external sources of love. Whatever direction you're going in your head right now, you need to move in the opposite direction.
Okay. Yeah, because this is... Can I just get
Yeah.
one thing that I feel?
Sure.
So, like, I have a problem... Like, the reason I feel like another thing that ties in my self-loathing into this whole little cycle, too, is, like, A, the stigma of everything I'm doing, but B, fuck. Sorry, I lost my thought.
That's okay. If it's important, it'll come back.
Sure, continue, though. I'll come back. I'll remember it.
Okay. So, like, this is exactly my point, right? So, like you're trying to be independent, and how many times have you told yourself that?
Like, every day? Like,
Yep.
when are we going to... Like, it's kind of like a little bit of, like, avoidance right now.
Yeah. So when did you start telling yourself that you need to be independent?
As soon as my mom probably got into the apartment, I was just like,
Incorrect.
no. Well, this has been going on. I'm feeling predominantly that way right now, but
I
mean,
understand
it's probably
that.
big. Yeah.
You're telling me that when you were growing up, you didn't have thoughts that I need to get by without my dad, because he's not.
No,
gonna
I
be
didn't. No,
Really?
you're right. I didn't
I'm-
feel that way. As in, I felt like I had to win him over. As in, like, I didn't think of how do I go about my life without this thing. I went about my life thinking, how can I get this thing?
And you also didn't have. I'm a little bit surprised. That actually means I'm wrong, but. But you didn't eventually conclude that, like, you need to get on without your dad, like he's not going to show up, and that you need independence.
I have done a really good job of just, like, out of sight, out of mind with my dad for a lot of years now. Because there was a point where he is going to be who he is and whatever.
Right. So that speaks to me of independence.
Okay.
Right. So, like, at some point you gave up on him, and you decided, like, it seems to me like you learned how to be independent, and you had to become independent because he wasn't fucking around. Like, he wasn't around.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, so I mean, I think ultimately that's not, you know, I have, like, my sense, OG, is that all this crap is related. So your desire for your independence, your tendency to be codependent, your hunger for people to love you, has to relate to this like general idea, like why do people need to feel loved by other people? Why do you need to make other people love you? Go ahead. You have a thought?
Yes, I remembered what I was going to say. So like the stigma was A, and then B is just like the way it makes me feel, knowing that I have to approach something external and it can't come from within me. Like everything, like these drugs, like sex and everything like that, in order to make myself feel happy or content, I have to approach something external, and it can't come from within myself.
This is going to be really confusing, but like that is what you need to accept. Because I know this is going to sound really fucking weird, but I want you to really run with me for a second, okay?
Okay.
When you try to make someone love you who is in control.
They are.
Incorrect.
No? Okay, go on.
I'm going to ask the question again. When you're trying to make someone love you, who is the agent that has power? Where is the action?
It's in my desire to want to make it happen, so it's coming from me.
Yeah, it's not even your desire. You're exerting effort on another human being to make them love you. Right? Do you like see how that, if I'm trying to make something happen, I'm the one who's exerting the power. You presume that you have the control to make someone love you, otherwise you wouldn't fucking do it. You actually have the control. They don't have the control. What you're terrified of is giving them the capacity to not love you. Do you see that? The control is actually in your hands, not in theirs. And that's why it's so fucking frustrating, because the control isn't actually in your hands, but in your mind, that's what you're trying to do. Like, just think about it for a second. I'm trying to make someone love me. I can't do that. But even I'm trying to make, that implies that, like, I'm trying to make a chair. I'm trying to make a bowl of noodles. I'm trying to make a life for myself. I'm trying to make a light that turns on. Like, who's in control in all of those statements?
So this is me fighting against that metaphorical wall again, yes?
Absolutely.
Yes.
But the thing here is that what you need to do is stop trying to be independent. Stop trying to control other people, because that's still you. That's you being independent. Because you're not actually in a relationship with another human being who has thoughts and feelings. You have all of the relationship that you're bearing on your shoulders. You're pulling the rope entirely. There's no tension on the other side because you're owning all of that responsibility. You're taking all of that responsibility and you're trying to make them love you, and you're pushing, pulling so much love into the void. Do you see that? It's all one-sided. Everything about this is one-sided. With me?
Okay.
When I push against the wall, does the wall push back?
Oh, like my physics, but yes, I see what you're saying. No, it does not. It's most, in your scenario, it's mostly just me exerting effort. The wall's just being there. Yeah,
and actually, if you want to go like really five-head, you throw in physics. Because you're right that whatever you throw in, no matter how hard you try, what is the result? You stay the same. Because this ex-girlfriend exerts an equal and opposite force to make sure that the relationship doesn't move forward.
Right.
So you're actually right. Both cases are true. Now we see why your life is futile, because you set up this like weird, psychophysics experiment where you're exerting a lot of futility because you're trying to control everything. You are living in a world where your assumption is that there is not an equal and opposite reaction. I am making her love me. There's no agency on her end, because you can't surrender the fact that people may not be able to love you. Once you surrender that people may not be able to love you, and furthermore that you're not an island unto yourself, that you can't be independent right now, and that, like, I hate to break it to you, buddy, but what you need is love. Like, you get that? Like, you need someone to love you in the way that you love them.
Yeah, that's the way it feels, essentially.
Yeah. And so, don't ignore your feelings and say, like, just think about this for a second. You're hungry and thirsty for love. You've been hungry and thirsty for love, theoretically, your entire life, right? And every time someone doesn't love you, it hurts. And so you go and the way to take someone who's hungry and thirsty is we don't tell them you need to be independent of hunger and thirst. Like, that doesn't fucking work, man. right? You need to be loved. And the way that you're going to get loved is by recognizing that you can't make someone love you, and then you've got to roll the dice. And I can almost guarantee you that for patterns as baked in as yours are, there's someone right now in your life that you are trying to win over. And you do it every moment when you think about how other people perceive you. Because in that moment, you're not even letting us judge you. You're saying like, oh, this like statement, I know it sounds cathartic, but it's not. You're trying to control our perception, even now.
Yeah.
Let us think whatever the fuck we want about you. Let us see you for who you are, and let yourself be free from the possibility that we think you're an awful person or that you're idiotic. Free yourself. We think you're a dumbass. Twitch chat thinks you're a dumbass. So what? Let go of trying to control other people's perceptions. Let go of trying to make other people love you. And once you do that, you're going to stop investing your energy into a futile problem. And if you're not investing your energy in a futile problem, lo and behold, you may start investing it in things that can actually like start to bear fruit. And then like, oh, what the fuck? We're actually like not treading water because we're moving in a direction. The energy investment of treading water and moving in a direction is basically the same. The problem is that like you're in the ocean and you found an island and you're pushing against it instead of like actually moving somewhere else or like getting out of the water. The analogy is falling apart at this point.
I understand though.
So very concretely, I want you to think about your relationships and notice within yourself, like, when do I feel unloved? That's what you have to tap into.
Yeah, it hits me really quickly because
Yep.
I'm always a big proponent of, actions speak more than words. And like that's the first thing I look at is like, are they behaving in a way that shows affection or
Okay. Now, let me just get, okay, we got to, okay. So, okay, yeah. So now we see like why you have relationship cycles. Right? Because like you come in and like when you perceive an action that's an insult to your like self-worth, you have to emotionally invest to like balance that. I don't know if that makes sense. But like someone does something like they don't return a text and then you feel unloved. And then then the cycle begins. And then you have to invest more in the relationship because you have to get them to love you. And then they don't return another text. And then you have to get them to love you even more. Do you see that? Like that's the trigger. The biggest thing is that you have to acknowledge like when they don't return the text, you have to catch it then and there. That sometimes people just don't return texts. And it's not because like there's something wrong with you, but the problem is that you have like been you have been hurt so many times that your fear that you're unlovable starts to see things in the shadows that are not there. Right? It's like walking outside when it's dark outside and seeing a rope on the ground and thinking it's a snake. It's an analogy that's from an Ayurvedic textbook that doesn't really translate here because we don't have snakes in America, but I mean we do, but anyway. It's like,
not in Boston.
Yeah.
But I see.
So let me just be very, very concrete, okay? So the first thing is for you to recognize the feeling of being unloved. And then recognize that that feeling of being unloved is going to push you to engage in certain behaviors. And you have to isolate those. You have to see what those are. And then the third thing is to recognize that the stuff feeding into the feeling of being unloved may be incorrect. This is a cognitive bias, right? Sometimes people just don't return texts. It doesn't mean that they don't think you're a good person.
Yes. Yeah. I feel like I especially with the example of texting, I feel like I'll feel the emotion and I feel like I'm very good about catching those already because I'll rationalize it down and I'll address it with logic. Like, no. People are busy. They have things going on in their lives. That you are not the center of their universe. They have, who are you to them? Whatever, Like,
you were doing great until that last sentence. Who are you to them?
yes.
You're unlovable to them. You're not worth it to them. See? You are not the center of their universe. You were doing great. Everything was rational until that
Yes.
unlovable samskar popped up and said, you are not worth their time. You see how that happened? I hope you guys caught it on Twitch chat. First couple things were rational. Third thought was a samskar. This shit is subtle and it's deep, my friend. You're doing very good, but it's still trickier. It's trickier than you are. As of yet.
I try
Good.
really hard to catch it though.
Good. And so you should keep trying. Because it's good. You caught the first couple.
But I'm not supposed to try.
Exactly. Now we get to the next thing, right? Which is when
Yeah.
you don't actually so when you rationalize it, you don't actually deal with it emotionally. The question that you need to ask yourself is, sure, you can rationalize they don't have, they can't be around all the time, but what does it feel like to not be a priority for them? And sit with that feeling. Because then you throw yourself a pity party and don't do that. It's okay to not be someone's priority. Can I sit with that feeling? Can I sit with the feeling that I don't feel like a priority to them? And I don't want that to change my action. I actually don't want to try. I don't want to try to protect myself from that hurt because that's one option, right? I'm never going to text them again. Fuck it. Or I'm going to try to get them to love me more. Don't do anything. Just sit. You need to not do anything. Notice those feelings of rejection and just sit with them for a while, and it's going to feel bad. It's like, you ever cleaned out a garbage disposal?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty mucky. Yeah.
Yep. So the feeling when you first put your hand into the garbage disposal?
Where you almost gag.
Yeah. And then what happens the few seconds after that?
You're like, my hand's already wet. Might as well go the entire. Yep, we're
Right? So the first 3 seconds of putting your hand into a garbage disposal are the worst part. And then once you're in the filth, then you're fine. You get what I'm saying?
yes.
So you need to put your hand in the I mean, obviously not while it's all on or anything, right? So,
Yes, yeah.
But you need to sit in the filth, which you're not ready to do. And what you'll realize is sure, it's mucky, but after time, it's not going to be that bad.
Right.
And acknowledge that you're unlovable, and acknowledge that you can't be independent, and acknowledge that in order for you to be healed, you need to be loved. And then the most terrifying thought is that that's not something that you can guarantee. And understand that for the rest of your life, there's a chance that when you die, you will still be broken. And if you can do that, then you'll start to move forward.
It's really hard for me to quit or not even quit. It's hard for me to give up on things.
Yes.
It's really hard.
Yep.
I teach martial arts on the side. I run a judo program at a university here, and there's so many times where I'll just teach hurt. I'll be hurt. I have a grade 2 sprain in my left ankle right now, and I'll still teach on it. I haven't taught recently because they closed down all the classes and everything like that because of COVID. But I'm always, I don't know. It's really hard.
There's the trying again.
Yep.
So now, beautifully said. So OG, I don't know exactly what this is going to look like for you, but I think what you should do is notice those things about yourself where you don't want to give up, and then try to give up. Or if you can't give up, then give up on giving up. And at least accept. Don't try, but say oh, fuck it. This is not going to work. I'm a dumbass and I'm going to teach on this messed up ankle because I'm so attached to this that I'm not willing, my pride is so big that I'm not willing to feel ashamed in front of people because I have an injury because I'm the teacher and I'm supposed to be invincible. That's this complex in my head, and it's too big of a bull for me to restrain. You can do that too. Or you can actually sit out your judo class if you're injured. Those are the reps that you need to do. You need to start by giving up little things. And it's good that you notice that. That's beautiful. So now you just make yourself as best as you can not teach that judo class. And then give up something else. And then give up something else. And then give up something else until you ain't doing shit. Until you become what Twitch chat is. just sitting around doing nothing all day. Instead of being this try-hard fucker that you are. You see, Twitch chat? Trying hard doesn't pay. You guys have the winning strategy.
Yeah.
The really sad and ironic thing is that Twitch chat tries really hard too. That's their problem. Is they try so hard and then they feel overwhelmed and exhausted. Because you're trying so hard, man, and it's just not working.
Yep.
Anyway, thoughts or questions before we wrap up?
No, thank you very much for having me on. I really appreciated it. I really loved your insight into what's going on in my life.
So can you recap for us, OG, what you understood about our conversation today, or what you think was relevant or helpful? Walk us through as much as you can.
So, understanding, I think a big thing that we talked about was understanding what is futile, because in my life, like, I am approaching it in such a way where I'm becoming the problem because I'm not accepting that giving up is acceptable to me. And I like dealing with feeling these emotions of not being lovable. And then how to like going like the relationship between being unlovable and like the freedom that it brings of like accepting that you can go through your life and be unlovable, but at the same time like it frees you from the burden of trying and failing and trying and failing and avoiding those cycles. Also, what else? We went over essentially like those cycles in depth of like what's going on. Understanding that, you know, someone's not going to pitch into the pot with their emotional investment if you're doing all of the work. If you're gonna just put 50% in, and if they put 50% in, that seems pretty nice.
Yeah. So that's actually next level shit. So now, like, I want you to really think about this other relationship, right? This 2.5-year relationship.
Yep.
I think the biggest problem with that relationship is that you let her get away with giving less than 50%. Because you wanted the relationship to work so hard that you gave 100%. And thereby, you let her off the hook. If you want to feel loved and if you want a relationship to work out, you can't do all of the work. You just can't, right? You've got to let her do her part. The problem is that if you let her do her part, you're ceding control that she may not do it, and then the relationship could fail, and you're ceding control. You see that?
Yes. And it's always weird because I always feel like I'm never in control.
Yep.
And so thus I'm fighting against those invisible walls again, trying to gain back that sense of powerlessness.
Yes. So you've got to let yourself be powerless.
Yeah. I don't know. There's so much other things that like have contributed to like me being where I am.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
the good news, OG, is that when people have problems that are everything, it's been my overwhelming experience that if you can, you know, grab this one thing, that a lot of things in your life will come tumbling down in terms of barriers. I've seen that.
Yeah.
But beautifully put.
Yeah. My whole thing is like if I'm to give up, I would just want to be able to do it with grace. I don't know. But that's probably like ties into caring what other people think. Beautiful.
See, now you're getting there. You have to give up, giving up with grace. You have to fail like a dumbass. You have to let yourself fail like a dumbass. You see like how ingrained it is? Every thought that you have, this attachment is right behind it. It's recursive, man. It's like Inception. You can go as many layers as you want to, and like it's always going to be there. Mm-hmm. I want to give up with grace. I want to fail magnificently.
Right. Because it's the implications there. It's just underneath the surface.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's how deep rooted it is. Good.
Yeah.
I hope people caught
often,
that.
yeah, I say things out loud and then I'll be like, oh, I didn't know I felt that way. Oh, that makes sense, you know.
Good. That's good. So the other thing that you can think about doing, I don't know if you've seen a therapist, but you should maybe see a therapist and talk about your dad.
Yeah. That's another thing that I'm dealing with too, is just like not having medical insurance is crazy.
Sure.
But the university offers a not free. Well, it is now, but it's like the copay's like $15. It's nothing
Sure.
for
So-
individual visits. But yep,
Okay.
I've already made progress though doing
Good.
that. Yeah. But I could focus on that next time.
So other thoughts, OG? I thought that was a beautiful summary, but if I jumped in there, so I didn't,
Oh
I
no,
wouldn't-
you're yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you should play Final Fantasy VII.
Okay.
It's really, really good. Like, they've done a wonderful job. You can tell, like, that's something that I really, like, care about nowadays, is, like, actually seeing effort in video games. Like,
Same.
you can actually see the effort.
Same.
You're like, oh, there was passionate developers that went into this game, and you can see, like,
Yeah.
how passionate they were. You can see that in Final Fantasy VII.
It's not just formulaic, soulless, cobbled together what
No.
works by the gaming executives, but a game that was
Right.
made by gamers. I'm with you, dude.
For sure, yeah. You got, like, a bad corporate takeover with
Yeah.
video games. It's pretty terrible. But
Yep.
no, the game's wonderful. I think you'll really like it. If you play Deep Rock Galactic, that's a really fun one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, man. Thanks for the recommendation. And good luck.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're rooting for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you again for having me on. I really do appreciate it.
Oh, actually, hold on a second. Let me think about meditation. Let's do meditation. I keep on forgetting. What kind of meditation is going to...
Oh, can I ask you
Yeah.
real quick? So with Ayurveda, so I tried taking like a lot of the dosha quizzes and everything like that, and I can't really find like a really good one because I get like mixed results. But like half the time I come up really strong on like Vata, and then other times I come up like predominantly not Pitta.
Kapha.
What's the Kapha? Yes. So I don't know
Because you're
I've
Vata Kapha.
the ones I've been looking at lately, it's been Kapha Vata. But I
Yeah,
don't-
so do you
yeah.
remember it? Have you seen like any of the stuff that we've done on Ayurveda? Did you watch the webinar one?
I've watched. I think I watched a part of that. I think I might have watched that one. Yeah.
So like, if you guys watched that part of the... Anyway, what's your question? Sorry for jumping.
What would be a good way to like tailor like? Because like my big thing, I'm ADHD too, so it's like organization is really important for me, and I was like, I've noticed there's some things that are like, oh, that fits perfectly with me, and like with these the doshas and everything
Let me
like that.
see
And I was
your
like, oh,
hands.
that
Other side. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
yeah. I'm like, for context, I'm sitting down, but I'm like I know that they bring in a lot of like body type characteristics into. I'm like 6'3"
Yep.
and like but I'm kind of lanky at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
that-
for those of y'all watching it, anyway. So, what's your question? And then before
I just what would you recommend as far as like, because like there's different diets that they recommend. I don't know. Like I'm trying to look for like a template of like how I can kind of organize myself.
Yeah, very good. So let's start by understanding what your dosha is. So you have a very round face and a very sharp nose, right? So you're
Okay.
kind of like a Vata Kapha, which like I haven't done a great job in explaining Vata Kapha because I kind of make them out to be opposites, but they're not. They're just three different axes, right?
Right.
So you also have a very, very classic story for Vata Kapha, which is that you stay
Wait,
in
doesn't she
relationships
expose her-
in bad
yeah.
situations for longer than you need to. That's your Kaphaness. That's the downside of resilience.
She does it
Other
again.
people would have
Oh, yes,
left
they
that
did,
relationship way
I think
earlier
this
than
was
2.5
actually the
years, but
day
you have
where
the
she rated
staying
me for the first
power
time.
to
Because I
push
went back
against
to look
that
at the
mountain
VOD,
for
and she
way
was
longer
doing
than other
her
people do.
this
And
debut
we see
thing.
the Vatanus because you're not in a relationship for 10 years, but you have frequent cycles of the same thing. So you have fluctuation of like, you find yourself in bad situations very, very often, and in different bad situations very, very often. So we hear that from your like story, right? Like roommates, and then this girl, and then friends who abandoned you, and then switching careers, and then becoming a nurse, and then like not become, like now you're in school again.
Yeah. That's a whole nother
But
story with
but
becoming
you're
a
not
nurse,
you're not
but-
full Vata because you actually complete your nursing degree. You're gonna finish school. Like you see the difference? Like this is Vata and Kapha. There's a lot of career changes, but they're not half finished career changes like Vatas are. And people may think that, oh, at least getting a nursing degree is better than not finishing a nursing degree. To which I would ask you, like, remember that it's not really better or worse. It's just like, is it better to fully finish a nursing degree if you're not going to be a nurse, or better to abandon it halfway?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So in terms of what to do for Vata Kapha, I'd say eat warm foods of like medium moisture. Make sure your bowel movements are somewhat regular. Make sure you're not constipated, and you want them to be a little bit, yeah. So like warm foods is the most important things. You want to eat things that are sour. So sour fruits are going to be very good for you.
Okay, yeah, I eat a lot of mango as is. I kind
Good.
of just naturally do.
So so mango. So actually, you should do citrus instead of mango. So mango's kind of creamy,
Okay.
right? So like you want foods that are a little bit lighter than that. So mango
Alright.
actually increases kapha because it's like thick and creamy. Pudding,
Okay.
mango, avocado. These are fruits like so pomegranate, citrus. Those are better tart fruits for you.
Okay.
Berries, also good. I mean, mango's good for you, but Ayurveda would say you can get a little bit of mileage.
Yeah, mango and marijuana go together though. Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. So great question. And then I mean, I need to do like more Ayurvedic stuff about what you guys should do if you have two
Yeah.
body types.
I love it because it's just like I'm from the western side of like the spectrum and how we like look at medicine, and then I see the eastern kind of like take on it, and it's not that like I feel like, oh, this is very weird and abstract and it's not true. I just feel like they have a different context of
Yep.
like realizing things that like western medicine won't, because they can't make the same leaps and bounds. I don't
Yeah.
know. So
It's just a different kind of setup.
yeah,
And,
and
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I appreciate it though. Like I like the system is really like interesting to me. So
Okay, I have a meditation practice for you.
sure.
You're so screwed. Okay. So I want you to sit up straight.
All right.
Okay. It's going to be so simple and so hard. So sit up straight, close your eyes. And I want you to observe your breath. So I want you to breathe 3 breaths with full observation. Now, as you observe the breath, is it changing? Are you controlling it?
I follow it from like my lungs, and I feel it pass through all my airways. I just feel it.
Okay,
when-
close your eyes.
Yeah.
So is the rate or depth of your breathing changing once you start to observe it? Are you breathing differently now that you're observing it?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to stop. Stop changing the breath. Just observe it without changing it. Breathe exactly like you were while we've been talking.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Don't slow it down. Don't deepen it. Don't make it artificially shallow.
See, it's really I'm having a hard time because I don't know. The problem is I'm trying to breathe normally and I'm trying something, and I think that's tied into this meditation technique. I see what you're doing.
So do it! Close your eyes.
This is really hard for me. Okay.
How's it working?
This is really hard.
Good. That means you're doing it right.
It's because like the first instinct I have is to think, how do I breathe normally? What is my normal breath pattern like? But the problem is like it's kind of like a Schrodinger's cat thing because you don't know, like you'll
Good.
never, yeah.
No, hold on. So now let's think. You're doing it right. So now what? First of all, what's Schrodinger's cat thing? Explain yourself, because I keep on cutting you off.
So it's like talking about the observer effect and like like they use it as like an example to explain like quantum phenomenon or shenanigans like that. But essentially, the cat inside is in a state of like either being alive or dead, and the observer effect is you opening that box and realizing what it is. But at the same time, like you could never know that possibility without observing it. So I think that's analogous to this meditation exercise, because I will never truly know what my normal breathing pattern is, because in observing it, I am actually tainting the experiment.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm hearing from you is that you can't observe without exerting at least a tiny bit of control.
Yes.
So what do you think? And then you were also kind of talking about not knowing what your normal breathing pattern is.
Yeah, because it's like I
So
don't
what
know
should
how to.
what should you do about that?
I kind of like want to shortcut the whole thing and just not think about the breathing at all.
Okay. What does that mean?
That means like because I feel like I'll never truly be able to observe a normal breath, because that lingering doubt of whether or not I'm exerting control over
Good.
the situation.
Good. So you've leveled up. Beautifully done. So now you're ready for the second part of the technique, which you did very good. So now I'm going to frame it for you a little bit, okay? So the first is that you should do this technique in two ways. One is to sit and do it with your eyes closed, and the second is to sneak attack it. So,
Go on.
So throughout the day, see if you can catch your breath and observe it without it noticing that you're looking. See if you can notice it without changing it.
Okay.
But it's got to be a sneak attack, because if you start to observe it, it's going to change. So sneak attack it. And do both. And see what you can figure out.
Very cool. I like it. It'll reinforce that mental thought process of being able to let go, hopefully. Yes?
Yes. Right? It'll also reinforce the thought process of you catching yourself throughout the day and noticing what's going on inside you. Right? So it's to hold an awareness of what you're looking for throughout your day. And once you start sneak attacking the breath and trying to catch it here or there, you can also be on the lookout for the feeling of unlovedness.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck, man.
Yep. Thank you again for having me.
Take care.
Yep.
Thanks for being on here.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, I don't know if I hope he's not watching. Okay, so OG, if you're watching, you have to stop watching. Actually, no, I won't say. All right. Let's see. What do we want to do now? Do we have time for a question? But maybe not. Let's see if we can. Hold on. Let's see if we can. Oh, yeah, okay. Great. Hey, we have time for a question? Two?
Yeah.
Sure. Let's do it. All right, let's do questions.
Yo.
Yo, man, what's up?
What's up? So I have two questions. So the first one is, how do we approach the situation in different ways when we feel stuck in life? where we should start, and if we should adopt new ways of thinking or reflecting. That's the first one.
So how do you approach feeling stuck in life?
Yeah.
Well, so I think that depends a little bit about how you're stuck. But I'd say the first thing, you know, the takeaway from this week is that a lot of people are not stuck because of what life gives them, but because of what they put on themselves.
Okay.
Right? So the first thing is like, what is your contribution to being stuck? And should you change your thinking? Absolutely. And oftentimes you want to change it in kind of like the way that, like if you've been thinking that there's this particular way to get out of being stuck, like let's say you don't have any money and your thought is like, you know, I need to get a job, I need to get a job, I need to get a job. Like if you're still stuck after having that thought that you need to get a job, you need to maybe have a different kind of thought. So like just imagine, take getting a job off the table and asking yourself like, okay, how do I get money? Like if like it's not just about getting a job, like where else can I start to move forward? Because if your mind has come up with some solutions and those haven't worked for you, as logical as they may seem, just let go of that solution.
Okay. So the second question is, how do I make fenugreek seeds taste better? Because when I drink sometimes seeds with water in the morning, I need to make lots of effort to drink it because it tastes.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, what was your question? So fenugreek seeds taste bad or water tastes good?
No, fenugreek tastes bad. How can I make it taste better?
You can't make it taste better. Why do you want it to taste better?
So I can drink it more often.
Why can't you drink it because it tastes bad?
Yeah, okay. Because it's hard to swallow.
So you soak them overnight so they're soft?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the taste makes it harder to swallow.
Do you chew them?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, so if you chew them, they're going to be bitter. But like my bigger question to you, what's your name, buddy?
Nuno.
So Nuno, why is it that you let things that you don't enjoy control your actions?
Sorry, can you repeat again?
So why is it that like something tasting bad keeps you from doing it? Why can't you eat things that taste bad?
Yeah, because I don't know. I have to think about it.
Good. Then think about it. That's exactly what I want you to do. So I have a meditation practice for you today, Nuno.
Okay.
What do you have in your house that you don't like to eat?
Lot of things.
Like what?
Like vegetables, like salads and things.
Like, do you have like something in your house right now that you can go pick up and eat and put into your mouth?
Let me think. I think so.
Okay. So go and eat that thing.
Now?
Go do it now. And then
No?
ask yourself, yeah. So like, I'm going to tell you what to do. So I want you to ask yourself, like, what is it about this that I don't enjoy? And can I do this? Or does the lack of enjoyment, like, hold me back from doing it? Because the reason that you're stuck may be very, very different from the reason that OG is stuck, and also the same. Because it sounds like you don't let yourself do things that you don't enjoy. And if you could do the things that you don't enjoy, then you wouldn't be stuck anymore. So it is you that's holding yourself back because you don't like something. Like, you're not going to move anywhere in life if you don't do things that you don't like. If you can free yourself of being restricted by the things that you like to, then life becomes really, really easy.
Yeah.
So go and eat. And for those of you at home, I want you guys to spend as long as you can eating things that are a balanced diet and also the things that you like the least. So the next time that you make a meal or you go, I mean, no one's going to restaurants nowadays, but let's say you go and pick up food. You're going to order food, right? If you go and get takeout, you're going to have options between things that you like and things that you don't like. And the funny thing about us is we always order the things that we like. So I want you guys to practice ordering the things that you don't like or eating the things that you don't like.
Okay.
And if you get good, if the things that you don't like no longer control you, then how would your life change, Nuno? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I think so. I would be more healthy, like, and a lot of things I can think. Like, sometimes I don't like to study, but I need to do it. But if I could just observe the feeling of not liking to study, I think I could study more, for example.
Good. So there's actually like a pretty extreme meditative practice called Aghori Sadhana. So sadhana means spiritual practice, ghor means fear, and Aghori means no fear. So these are people that, as part of their spiritual practice, do not let fear control what they do. So they live in cemeteries, practice cannibalism, and all kinds of other weird shit. They tend to be like pretty infamous. But there's like a spiritual practice that kind of says that like if you want control over yourself, you have to do things that you sort of find repulsive. I'm not saying that you guys should do things that you find repulsive, but I'm saying that like think about how bad how much your life is restricted by the things that you like or don't like. And if you could remove that, if you could like everything equally, and playing a video game was no different from studying, imagine what you could accomplish.
Yeah.
And if you want to start walking that road, it starts with little things like ordering the food that you like the least on the menu.
That's very true.
Good luck, man.
Thanks, man.
Ready for next. It is difficult.
Hello.
Hey. What's up, man?
Hey, Dr. K. I was wondering if your body can become addicted to a certain emotion?
Oh, that's an interesting question. What do you think?
When we see addiction, the behavior, right, is usually triggered by the lack of an emotion in when you are young or something like that, right? You are basically reacting to a samskara.
Okay.
So, but there is like addiction to alcohol.
Sure.
So when people try to go cold turkey of alcohol,
mm-hmm.
the body reacts, right? Because it needs that alcohol. It has been functioning for so long with that substance in the body that it basically needs to stay alive. So if you have been like shit talking your coworkers or something like that, you may become addicted to that little payoff that you get for the shit talking or whatever.
Yeah, so I mean that makes sense to me. So I wouldn't really call that an addiction, but let me just try to clarify a couple of terms. So I think everything you said makes sense. So the first thing is that I don't think that people use addictive behaviors when they're not feeling anything. I think they usually use addictive behaviors when they are feeling something negative, because the addictive behavior takes away the feeling of negativity. So OG like sometimes engages in sexual relationships or people use substances because they feel sad or lonely or unloved or whatever. With me? I think a lot of times people aren't aware of what the emotion is, but usually I think about addictive behaviors as making bad emotions go away.
All right.
With me or not with me?
Yeah. It's coping, going wild.
Yep, exactly. That's a great way to describe addiction. Now, so then your question is like, can your body be addicted to certain feelings? And I mean, I was kind of envisioning like sitting in a chair. Like, can I get addicted to sitting in a chair? I mean, the short answer is sort of. Like, I don't know if it's really an addiction, but I think that generally speaking, the mind and body are drawn to things that satisfy certain needs. So shit-talking your coworkers, I wouldn't really call that an addiction. I would call that, like, satisfying your ego. And you could call satisfaction of ego your addiction, but that sounds like... So you can definitely have repetitive behaviors that create common feelings in your body. I just don't know that I would quite classify that as an addiction. Does that make sense? Like, I think it makes sense that you would frequently shit-talk your coworkers because you feel better, and then you will seek that feeling better over and over and over again. But in my mind, like, even those two things sound the same, I feel like there are different words to describe those. One word just hasn't been invented yet. But I think the mechanism of addiction and the mechanism of ego is being like separate neurological pathways. Like, they're different parts of the brain.
Okay. But like emotions aren't like they act on our physiology, right?
Sure.
And like we have so much cortisol, so much dopamine and stuff. So can we get like addicted to that cortisol level and make behaviors to reach that cortisol, like get stressed on purpose?
Yes, sort of. But once again, I wouldn't quite use the word addiction, because addiction means a specific thing neuroscientifically. So, but can you get into patterns where you, like, so like there are adrenaline junkies, right? So adrenaline junkies are, in a sense, addicted to certain kinds of behaviors because they like the feeling of like adrenaline pumping through their veins. So I would call it reward chasing as opposed to addiction. Because reward chasing involves, like, if we talk about reward chasing, addiction is all addictions are reward chasing, but not all reward chasing is an addiction.
Oh, I see now.
Got it? So, like, I mean, just because I love to play a video game doesn't mean that I'm addicted to a video game, even though I like that feeling. Like, recently I've been talking about Deep Rock Galactic because that's what I've been playing, because I can play for like 25 minutes at a time, which is nice because I have kids. But like, I like to play it. I enjoy it because we definitely have reward circuitry that reinforces behaviors, but not all reward circuitry that reinforces a behavior is an addiction. But do people want to engage in a behavior that rewards them in a particular way, whether it be physiologic or psychological? Absolutely. Are there hormones involved? Absolutely. Can you want to shit talk your coworkers because it makes you feel good, like, and pumps up your ego? Absolutely. Do people do that kind of shit every day? Does it kind of look like an addiction? Absolutely. But I would still say that neuroscientifically, the mechanisms, the circuits in the brain that are activating are different than the circuits that activate during addiction.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, great question, man.
Thank you.
I know what abnormal looks like. I'm an expert at the abnormal, and y'all are fucking normal. You guys are just normal people that had something fucking bad happen to you. And then your brain is wired a certain way, and then you build up these walls around all of these negative feelings. And so now you guys need immense courage, because taking those walls down is it's hard. Okay.
Really good.
So let's start with introductions. And so if you guys just want to tell me how I should refer to you. And once again, guys, huge props to actually coming on today and talking about this. It's a really sensitive topic, affects a lot of people, and I really think that you guys are just doing an awesome job at being so vocal about things that you struggle with, because a lot of people struggle with this. And to be able to put your face out there and put your name out there and live on the internet is really, like, your balls are gigantic. So let's start with so let's just start a little bit with like brief introductions. So maybe just tell me how you want the rest of the group to refer to you, and then tell me a little bit about why you're joining the group today, or how we can help you out. And let's kind of start in the top left with the dude in the blue sweatshirt.
Hi. I guess you can call me Ghost for the duration of the stream.
Awesome, Ghost. Welcome, man.
Hi. This is kind of surreal.
Yeah. Tell me about it. What do you mean by surreal?
I don't know. It's kind of... I've watched you as this sort of abstract person where it's a one-way sort of thing that I'm watching you, and now you're here interacting with us. It feels a little bit...
Oh, that's
surreal.
what's surreal?
Well,
just that you're interacting
there's a lot of like surreal things here, but that's one of them.
And is there something in particular that you were hoping to kind of better understand today, or something that we can help you with?
I just sort of felt like it would be a good idea. I tried not to overthink it.
Sure.
I thought something good would come.
Okay, great. Well, welcome, Ghost. And next, let's go to I guess you guys don't see. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Awesome. So my name is Richard. I live in California, and first of all, I'd just like to acknowledge Dr. K for letting all the viewers on. So I'm really, really excited for this. My big thing with porn addiction is that there's like I try. So throughout my experience, I've always placed a value judgment. When I first got into the act, I was king of the animal kingdom, and then 2 weeks went on, and then I started to see it as like a shameful act, and then more time went on. I don't know. I've tried a lot of different value propositions of like what it is.
Okay.
Like I see like right now I'm in a state of where I see it as, I see like a little bit of beauty to it. I like, even though it's artificial, I still think there is room for it in the world. But the one thing that I'm struggling with is like the dopamine and like the relationship with the frontal lobe. That's a big thing on why that's something that I kind of want to moving forward. I kind of want to discuss the topic of like NoFap and like just ways that like not using porn as a form of escapism. Use it more as like a way to like create things in your reality. I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of rambling now, but
Sure.
yeah, I'm really excited to be on.
So,
and
listen, Richard, let me tell you what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that you've thought about this a lot, and also you've tried a lot of different things, and you're curious about how different ways to look at this. You're curious. You have like some thoughts about NoFap. You have some thoughts about, how you apply values to it. And so you're really here to just learn and kind of like sort of sort some of this stuff out. And maybe some of the other folks here, myself included, can like help you sort that out. Maybe we can try to understand this a little bit better, come to some answers together. Is that
absolutely perfect? Right on the
beautiful,
money.
Man. And next, we have the dude. Yes.
Hey, so you can call me Harold.
Okay.
And
welcome,
I guess
Harold.
The one thing. Thanks. It's weird talking to you, as Ghost said, because I just only watched your stuff and now I'm actually talking to you.
Welcome, man.
Thanks. I guess the only thing I've been really thinking about is I've been trying to quit this for 4 years, so I guess I want to explore reasons why it's been so hard to kick it. Because for 4 years I've been trying to quit it. I've gone lengths of time without it, but then I just always come back. And it just seems like super hard to kick for some reason. I've tried lots of different stuff and can't really find the right way to get rid of it.
Okay, sure. So, so maybe what we can do is try to like compare and contrast a little bit, see what people have tried, what seems to have worked, what hasn't.
Yeah.
And then maybe come to some kind of consensus about how to help you guys overcome a porn addiction. And so I think the next icon I'm seeing is myself, right? And then down in the bottom left. Yeah. Welcome, dude.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Aaron. I guess my porn addiction has lasted 8 years now. Yeah, it's
Okay.
been that long. I guess the one thing that I really wanted to address is that the first couple times that I addressed the issue pretty early on to myself, but when I was trying to find support in others, there was this sort of stigma, I guess, that porn isn't an addiction. That was
Sure.
something that just hit me pretty hard, and I guess that's one big thing that I wanted to bring up during this stream is that pornography can be a severe addiction just like others, but in different ways, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the main things that I wanted to address.
So, Aaron, it sounds like you really looked for help and support, and you were really sort of judged for it, and kind of you weren't really met with a whole lot of support or understanding, and that is a big problem, absolutely. So, thank you for bringing that up. And then next, I see a anime portrait with blue eyes.
Yes, hello.
Hey, man, welcome.
I am Virgil on the Discord.
Okay.
And
welcome, Virgil.
Thank you. Appreciate you having us here. I've been struggling with this issue, the issue of porn addiction, since I was 14.
Okay.
And
ballpark for us, how long ago that was?
About 10 years.
Okay.
Probably 11, actually.
Okay. So it sounds like you've been struggling with this for a long time.
Yeah, and knowing what I know now about how porn affects your brain, your connections and everything, it's been really tough to quit it because it was introduced to me by my sorry.
That's okay, man. Take your time. It's
kind of difficult to talk about.
Absolutely.
But, I came across it in my formative years, and I think it's damaged me in a way that's very hard to sort of recognize and deal with, and it's just something in general that I just want to be able to quit it, because it's something that's more difficult to quit than maybe people might think.
Absolutely.
And I think people definitely downplay the issue more than they should. I don't think that they take it seriously.
Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. So I'm gonna just jump out with something. How many of y'all feel damaged?
I do.
I do.
Sorry, I just need a button. It came a little quick. What do you mean by damage? Could you kind of?
I'm just curious if that word sort of resonates. So like Virgil used the word. He felt like being exposed to such an early age
completely
really damaged him, and he used literally the word damaged. And I was just thinking about how powerful that word is, and I was just curious how much what he experienced kind of resonates with the rest of y'all. And just
1,000%.
1,000%.
Yep.
And can you share a little bit more by what you mean by that? Whoever said 1,000%.
Oh, okay. I came across it when I was 11, and I had a friend at the time, and he talked about how amazing it was, and I'd thought about looking at it before, and it sort of spurred me to look at it, and it was like tasting sugar for the first time.
Sure.
And because it's such a sort of new phenomenon in the high-speed internet form that we have it, people don't really understand the risks, and it's not really explained to you. You're taught not to overeat sugar, but you're not taught to overconsume this. And it's sort of, from the moment I was exposed to it, it was like every day, 2 to 3 times a day at least, just from then on, for about the first 2 years before I realized there were any negative effects. And you sort of realize it as you start to grow more desensitized to regular stuff, and you realize it doesn't affect you like it used to, and you get exhausted with it. So it's kind of like moving to, not to be like hyperbolic, but like moving to harder drugs. You could sort of keep searching for that high.
Yep. So it sounds like you have to go to more extreme pornography to get the kind of dopamine response.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that, Ghost. So I'm hearing from a lot of you guys that y'all feel damaged in some way.
Yes.
All right, so let's just put a pin in that idea for just a second. Let's finish doing introductions, and then, my hope is that if nothing else, I don't know what we're going to uncover about dopamine or neurodevelopment or any of that stuff, but if nothing else, I would love it if we could, start you guys on the path of, I don't know what we're going to do about porn, but if we can start to help you feel less damaged and more whole, that's kind of at the top of my list for like just first steps that I don't know if we can solve the rest of it. But if we can even do something about that, that feels really important to me. Can we continue with introductions? So down in the middle right. Oh, you're muted, buddy. Can you guys hear him?
No.
Nope.
Yeah, we can't hear him. We had a small problem about this earlier, so I don't know if we want to move the discussion just right over to the right, and we'll circle right back to
we'll circle back to you, buddy. So then the other anime portrait.
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
So you can. My name is George. You can call me George if it's easier to pronounce.
Okay.
I've been struggling with this addiction for like 6 years.
Okay.
I discovered it in a really early age, like 11 or 10 years old. I don't really remember. Actually, no, it was like 12 or 13 years old. And pretty much in the first years, I didn't really do it too much. But then, when my life started to become more difficult and I became more depressed and stuff, I sort of used it as an escape tool. And then it just spiraled out of control. I grew more desensitized to stuff, and I started over-sexualizing people. That's one way I feel damaged. Like, I started over-sexualizing stuff.
Okay.
And
can you help me understand what you mean by that?
Like, for example, I was in school, and I was in class, and I looked at a girl that I had a crush on. And then I will start thinking about things I would do with her, like stuff like that. Even in the street when I looked at a woman.
Okay.
That's a way. Like, I started over sexualizing stuff, and it grew to a point where I was feeling disgusted with myself, which didn't help because then it made me feel more depressed and made me wanna jerk off even more.
Sure.
So yeah, that's something that I've been struggling with. I tried doing NoFap. I actually did like a month, but then I just went back into it because I was struggling with school and other stuff, and yeah.
Okay. And do you want to try? So thank you very much. You said it's George. Is
yeah.
That... Okay. And do you want to try the one person that we had to skip? Are we good? You want to try introducing yourself, or you think it's... Oh, still not getting audio. Okay. No audio yet. Okay. Do you want to try rejoining the call, or... Yeah. Why don't you try rejoining, and if not, then, we'll have you for thumbs up and thumbs downs. You're going to be our virtual upvote, downvote machine, depending on what other people are saying, okay? So let me just think for a second. Okay, so I'm going to just toss out a series of just thoughts, okay, topics, and then you guys let me know which direction you want to go. So the first is the sense of being damaged. I think we should really explore, because like George was saying, there's something like a cycle, right? So we can also talk about this, about the effect when you masturbate. it serves as like a dopamine release and helps us feel good. Like, so we release endorphins and other kinds of like endogenous chemicals that make us feel good. And so there's, anytime you have an addictive behavior, there's like the addiction in and of itself, and then there's using the addiction as a coping mechanism for other things. Because basically, like, our brain learns a surefire way to release certain neurochemicals that are going to make us feel a particular way. So if we're feeling bad about ourselves and we've kind of got like this like guaranteed way to feel better, oftentimes we'll turn to that addictive behavior. And so there's something of a cycle of addictive behavior and feeling bad and then using it to make ourselves feel better. So we can talk about the sort of cycle of addiction in terms of feeling bad and then making ourselves feel better. We can talk about being damaged. We should definitely talk about what other people understand or don't understand, and how it sounds like the other thing that you guys feel is isolated, right? So we can kind of talk about isolation and stigma. And then we should probably talk about NoFap and just what you guys think about that. And then the last thing that I'm going to just put on the table is control of the mind. So what I would like to do, and maybe this is where I can actually help, is that our mind functions in a particular way. Like, we have certain impulses, and then we have certain feelings, and then those impulses and feelings kind of do some sort of, inner calculation, and then result in us engaging in a particular behavior. And so how can we understand, like, what is going on in your mind to actually control it in a way that you want to achieve what you want? So that's going to be like almost like a very engineering standpoint. And I'm going to ask you guys a lot about like the sequence of events over like the span of 5 minutes of like what you experience, what happens in your head, how do you struggle internally, what ends up happening. And so that's something that I think we, hopefully I'll be able to help in that way, because that tends to apply to all addictions. So what do you guys think? So cycle, being damaged, being isolated, stigma, NoFap, or controlling the mind? What do y'all want to talk about?
Do you guys want to go down the line just like we did for introductions? Or?
Yeah, I think
we could do that.
Part is the most poignant so far.
Which one's the most poignant?
The damaged
okay.
part of it.
So actually, let's just take a step back. So how would you guys, so let's say someone, you say that you tell someone that you're addicted to pornography, and they say, oh man, that's completely normal. Like, there's nothing like special or wrong or different about that. Can we actually just start by sort of defining, when you guys say that you're addicted, help us understand, or yourselves understand, like, where do you draw the line? Like, why do you think that you have a problem, and like, what do you think is normal? Let's just start by defining what we're talking about.
Are we going in an order, or?
No, just anyone, just jump in.
Okay. For me, when I had the realization, it was when it was like 4 a.m. and I'd been watching for like a few hours, and then like the next day I wanted to watch more. It was just like the ever needing like urge for that consumption.
Okay.
And it just never went away. It was always there, always.
It sounds like a hunger that cannot be satisfied.
Absolutely.
Yep. Agreed.
So that sounds like that's a pretty universal experience.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Can you share?
It
can somebody else?
like,
Go for it. Sorry, Ghost.
Oh, yeah. It seems like it's sort of this thing that overpowers all other things. I first sort of realized it was a problem at around 13, and I did NoFap for 3 months because I was starting to learn about how it worked, and I felt great. And some of the like bad things that I had noticed when I was a child, I was able to remember anything that I wanted to. So if I watched a documentary and you asked me about any part of it, I'd be able to tell you exactly what was said. But then once I started watching porn, I noticed over a really sort of long period of time, my cognitive abilities were sort of tapering off, even though I was meant to be growing. And then I realized when I did NoFap again, they started to come back and I was able to remember things again.
Fascinating.
So, yeah. And I realized it got really bad when I was 16. And in England, we have these things called GCSEs. I assume like finals are the sort of similar thing. So before these big tests, I was meant to be revising and getting 8 hours of sleep. And I was watching porn to the point where there were 3 days in a row where collectively in these 3 days, I got 2 hours of sleep. And I was sleeping for around 40 minutes because I guess I was using it as like an anxiolytic. And because I felt so pressured by these tests that I was just constantly consuming.
Okay.
And that's when I sort of realized it was it was devouring my life.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think it was Aaron. I saw you nodding like a madman when Ghost was talking. So does that mirror your own? Is it okay if I just call attention to things that I notice for you guys?
Absolutely.
Or do you all feel called out? Okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
It's perfectly fine.
Dr. K, just want to let you know I don't have my voice, but I'm.
Okay, I'm
not
not
voice.
sure.
I meant video. I'm sorry. I did not
No
mean
problem,
to say
man.
voice. I meant video.
And who am I talking to?
You can call me Squatch. I'm 24. I'm from South Florida, and I had a significant traumatic experience that happened in my life when I was a kid at 11 years old that ever since then caused me to have a real severe addiction to pornography. And I've been struggling with it to this day. So it's a battle that honestly I fight every single day, and it's really, really rough. And even though I don't have my video, you guys saw my face. I'm very, very happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to having this discussion with you guys.
Awesome, man. Welcome, Squash. And I'm sorry to hear that something bad happened to you in your teen years. I'm also noticing a trend that it sounds like for a lot of you guys, like stuff started very, very early. Yeah, so we should probably I just got to think about that in terms of the developing brain. But Aaron, you were nodding along as Ghost was talking.
Yeah, I also experienced pretty much the same exact thing. I actually managed to break the addiction for 2 years, and during that time, I was like at my peak academically and mentally, and my happiness was like through the roof. But then some things happened, life happened, and I relapsed, I guess I'll call it that. And it's been just repeating that cycle, like you said, over and over again.
And anybody else curious about how Aaron broke the addiction for 2 years?
I'm incredibly curious about that, because so my thing is that I think you said step 4. There's like there's a conversation that happens in your mind, maybe left and right. There's a point where when you're induced in this like coma of this sex drive, it's influencing your whole mind and body. And once you start like bringing up like a conversation between like yes and no, between the act of doing it or not, it just seems that like the whole feeling inside your body is influencing your mind and what it's thinking, and then you start making negative rationalizations about it. So, and that's what gets to me most of the time. It comes down to a point where I start arguing with it, like this side of my brain for, maybe 5 or so minutes, and then it gets to a breaking point where like my rationalizations just make sense at that point, and then the act ensues.
So I'm hearing something that sounds like almost like a very, very physical craving. Like
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
That's what it sounds to me like. I mean, it sounds like it's not actually like your mind, it's your body.
Yeah, the craving is Huge. Yeah.
What is
Absolutely.
what does the craving feel like in your body?
Well, initially, so first of all, it gets triggered. So if I see some type of suggestive image, like a spark happens, and then like my whole body kind of tenses up, and then I feel like deep inside my spine, almost my lower spine, I feel it almost around my stomach, and it feels like this. What's the word you used? It was a ball of undigested feelings. What's the word for that?
Samskar?
Samskar. Yes, it feels
Hey,
like
nice.
it's just. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So
Someone's paying attention. Good.
well, it just feels. I don't know. It just like it kind of just starts enveloping, and it just like it has an influence over my whole body, and it's just like it's something I don't like because I really want to quit this addiction, and I don't like surging up this massive energy just to blow it out 40 minutes later and then have no motivation or, more importantly, energy to do anything for the rest of the day.
So I'm hearing like a buildup of energy or sensation. Is that, and then you feel spent afterward?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like once it's done, I feel like I've given it everything, and then I blow off the rest of the day. So I can't, like, my biggest concern is when I do it early in the morning, and like at the end of the day I don't really see much of a problem, but I still see a problem with the porn addiction as a whole, just the value judgment of like how early in the day I do it.
Okay, so Richard, when you were, and sorry if I'm bouncing around a little bit, you guys are welcome to sort of, if you feel like we're moving too fast, y'all are welcome to, invite us to kind of stay with a particular topic. I'm just going to kind of run with what I'm hearing. And so, can I just think for a second?
Absolutely.
Sure. Yeah.
So I'm struck by how not mental this is. Like, I'm struck by like the words that you guys use are not words of the mind. Like you guys use words like damaged or hungry, or even someone said coma, I think. Did someone use the word coma?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I did,
so,
yeah.
So these are incredibly physical words. And what I'm hearing is that actually your mind sort of tries to fight against this almost like tidal wave of like hunger or demand. And you can sort of like fight that battle, but it's kind of like trying to keep the waves from washing on shore. Like you're pushing the water back like with your hands, and like you're pushing and you're like, no, water, like don't come onto shore. But there's only like so long you can do that before like, that wave is just, there's a certain like finality or futility or inevitability to like what I'm hearing you guys describe. Is that?
Can I jump in and ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to everyone else here. Do you guys feel like your cravings are less frequent when you're out in public, or when you're actively engaged in something, or interacting with people?
Yeah. For me, it's like a more passive thing. Like, it's still there. It's like being hungry almost. Well, yeah, it feels almost exactly like being hungry for food. Like, it'll be there, but when you're focused on something that requires your attention, that's a necessity, it sort of forces it back with sort of like an equivalent force. It's like two tidal waves crashing against each other in that sort of analogy.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I feel like when that emotion is the strongest is like when I'm really not doing anything. Like when I'm not being productive with anything, I'm just like sitting there, and then it comes to my mind, and I start thinking about it, and then I end up doing it.
Especially right before bed too. When you're laying down in bed and you're not doing anything, if you turn to the left and you turn to the right and you look at your phone, you're just like, oh, I got some time. It's all good. And you don't even think about it. And it just becomes natural after a while.
So, Harold, I thought I saw you or heard you say something like when you are in public, it is easier to deal with.
Yeah, well, actually, for me, when I'm in public, I probably most of the time I don't have any urges at all. Especially like in like open spaces, like when I'm out for a walk or something, or on campus or something. I just don't get actually almost any urges at all. It's mostly just when I'm like working at home alone or something, or with a few people or something like that. But in public, I just don't get them at all.
Okay. So for some people, it sounds like it's kind of in the back of your mind in public. For other people, it seems like being in public or being some otherwise engaged it really does help. And I'm hearing that idleness of the mind really is like lets some of those thoughts and feelings kind of come out.
It just opens the gate.
Definitely.
Okay. What do y'all think about that?
I see two sides to the coin. I don't know what it is, but I see. I don't know. Maybe there's a root cause to our different problems between us.
Okay. What do you think that root cause is?
I know mine.
Let's hear it, Aaron.
Well, I've been able to, because I've been to a bit of therapy and stuff.
Good for you, man.
So I've been able to, yeah, thank you. I've been able to like sort of trace back to where it came from. I went through a similar event when I was 7 years old. Was sort of forcibly sexually awakened and caused like a sort of innocent curiosity to sort of process what actually happened to me. And once I exposed myself to the world of porn, I was way too young to really sort of properly handle it and process it healthily. And so it became like an obsession. Like when I first started out, I didn't even masturbate. I didn't really have those urges at that age. But once it
Do you
continued,
remember what the draw was before you started masturbating?
It was, like I said, almost like a curiosity, and then it was still like a slight like dopamine kick, and I guess it also helped ease some sort of like social anxieties that I may have had at that age.
And Ghost, I saw you nodding along.
Yeah, a lot of it resonated.
What resonated with you?
What he said about the sort of curiosity and need to understand. And I feel like I also had a preemptive sexual awakening when I was a child, but a lot of the memories are sort of blacked out, and I've come to a lot of realizations about what that means. But I remember making like sexually inappropriate jokes, but at a very young age, before most people knew anything about it. And I didn't really know where that came from. And it feels like my mind is constantly blocking out the source. And porn is somehow my mind's way of trying to go back and explore something that some sort of trauma that hasn't been resolved. And it feels like when, like it's filling a void. And at times in my life where I've felt wholesome or appreciated, my urges have completely disappeared. Like when I had a girlfriend, I didn't have any urges at all.
Who resonates with Ghost's like depiction of like, is that what's happening to you guys?
I don't actually resonate with that. I'm actually the complete opposite. And by the way, before I keep talking, is my mic okay? Are we good?
Yeah.
Can you
We're
guys
good,
hear
man.
me?
We're good, Squash.
Sounds a lot better. Sounds a lot better.
Good, good. All right. I actually was the complete opposite because when I actually had a girlfriend around, I found myself when she wouldn't give me what I want, I would turn to porn more. And I would actually start to use it as a kind of scapegoat to get away from certain things when she was annoying me or when she was upsetting me. And I wanted to get away from her and just worry about myself and give into my own selfish desires. I would turn to porn. And porn was really a safe spot for me in that regard. But, you know, the relationship ended bad. And ever since then, it's like it got ramped up 12-fold. So, you know, now I'm at a place in my life at 24 where it's like I want to reach out. I want to have more relationships. And the relationship I've had with porn, when it came to having a girlfriend, it's like it didn't matter. Like I still watched it and I still went to it.
You sound like you judge yourself a lot for that, Squash.
My Dr. K, I think way too much, my friend. I think way too much.
What do you think about yourself for what's that judgment? I hear almost self-hatred.
Yes, it does stem a lot from the incident I had as a kid because I never wanted anything to deal with it, and it never was something that I wanted, and it kind of happened, and there's no turning back. You know, there's no changing the past. There's no fixing anything or changing anything. But honestly, I never wanted this. You know, when I think about the journey that I've been on so far, I'm 24 years old, man, and I've been dealing with this since I was 11 years old. It's just, it's hard. It's really, really hard.
I resonate with that a lot. Yeah.
Can you?
Thought it
share
was very powerful.
What was powerful, Richard? I completely agree.
I saw. Let me think. There's a lot of power in being vulnerable to, like, what life throws at you, and I just saw, like, the way that you're dealing with it. I see. Sorry, can you guys hear my dog?
Yeah, a little bit.
Let me take care of that really quick. Right after this, I just saw a lot of power in being able to, I don't know. I'm lost on this, Dr. K. I'm gonna need your help.
That's okay, Richard. So I think what I'm hearing, Squash. So I thought that was it. So what I'm hearing is that, like, people are affected by what you had to say. Something about, Squash, just speaking your truth. Which, by the way, I mean, you say you've been dealing with this for 13 years, and it's hard. Dude, it sounds fucking impossible. Like, hard is the understatement of the year, man.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I tell myself every single day that it's something I can beat. And honestly, just so the stream knows, last night was, I want to say, the first night in a long time that I had enough motivation that it just never even crossed my mind. And It's been the same routine, man, for so long. But last night, it was one of the first nights where I said, you know what, I'm putting myself first. I'm going to put the stream first tomorrow. I'm going to not do it. And I didn't, and it felt great. But, I think what was powerful about what I said, Dr. K, is that, everyone always has different experiences, and everyone's always going to experience things differently. But the thing when it comes to porn addiction for me that I want to tell the world, if I could, it's just that, like, it's really not worth it in the end. It's really not, because it changes your relationships. It changes the way you see people. But I know that we'll maybe get down to it further down the line. But, yeah, that's how I feel.
And it sounded like, Virgil, did I hear you say something kind of aligned with what Squash was saying? I thought I heard you comment.
Yes, sir. The thing that really resonated with me with what Squash said was that, I didn't want this for myself. I don't think any of us here want this for ourselves. We don't want to view the world through this destructive and damaging lens that just seems to never go away. It hangs over your head like a cloud constantly, and it's something that I wish I could fix. It feels unfixable for me.
Yeah, so this is going to sound kind of bizarre. I think you guys can get better, but I don't think that this is something that you can fix. Like fixing implies that there's something that I don't know how else to put this, but I mean, I think what you need to be is healed, not fixed. Like, you're not broken. Like I'm reeling, to be completely honest, guys, because I've worked with people who have had sexual addictions before. I've worked with people who have had porn addictions before, but I don't know if they were just, because it's different because you're sitting in an office and you're talking to another person, or there's some degree of shame or what, but you guys have really just opened my eyes to, first of all, I've never thought of porn addiction as something that afflicts you. Like, we think about, like, diseases as things that happen to you, right? Like,
Right.
I got the flu. Like, I'm not the flu. It's something that happened to me.
Exactly.
And I don't, even myself, like, when I think about, let's say, like, a marijuana addiction, I don't think about a marijuana addiction, like, happening to someone. It's not like you're walking down the street and you contract a marijuana addiction. But what I'm hearing from you guys is that, like, actually you guys, like, contracted this. That there's a disturbing amount of commonality with your story about being exposed to sexual images, like, way before puberty, before understanding what it was, and, like, your mind almost having a non-sexualized, like, bizarre, like, fascination with some images or things like that. And then y'all are kind of, like, off to the races. And it sounds like in a lot of cases there's actually, like, frank trauma.
Yeah.
Dr. K,
Yeah.
can I ask you a question going
Sure.
off of that?
Go for it, man.
I love the way that you put that, it's one of those things that it's like it was forced on you. It was not something that you wanted. But my question to you is, how much of, I don't want to, it to sound too weird, but I guess I can just call it like the human element of just trying something to try it. How much of that do you truly believe comes into play when it comes to things like pornography and even going to it for the first time? Because even sometimes there's trauma, sometimes there's other things, but for the most part, people go to it because they're fascinated by it. They're like, oh, what's this thing? This thing looks so cool. Let's check it out. But what do you say to the people who just had the curiosity and just went for it?
So you're saying that what would I say to people who just became curious about porn and there wasn't any kind of trauma or anything like that, and they just went for it, and because they went for it, they became addicted?
Yes, that's exactly, because I'm trying to think of the complete opposite of what my situation was. I'm trying to
That was
think
mine.
of someone who, just was like, oh, let's check out porn.
Yeah, so here's what I would say. So I think just about every kid, I would imagine, or most kids, at some point get curious about pornography and go for it. Like, that's a completely normal experience, right? Are we agreed on that? And
Absolutely.
So remember that a disease, or when I think of kind of problems or addictions especially, is when something within you meets the environment in a particular way that is, like, catastrophic. Right? It's not just like kids get exposed to alcohol and marijuana all the time. Some people become addicted. Why is that? Other people do not become addicted. Why is that? So there's something about either there's a biological predisposition, or that exposure to porn or curiosity about porn happened in a particular circumstance that allowed the addiction to happen, instead of just, like, being a 15-year-old kid and, like, finding porn and jerking off. Right? Which is, like, a pretty normal experience. So something is different. I still think that I don't, this doesn't sound, and I don't mean to say you guys are abnormal, but this doesn't sound normal to me. This sounds like an affliction. Like you guys are using these words like damaging, right? You guys, like, something is going on in your mind that is not really like even it doesn't even start like it starts sexual. It's like some kind of weird curiosity where there's some part of your brain which doesn't understand why this thing is so cool, but like it scratches an itch in your neurons. And then before you know it, you're like scratching that itch over and over and over and over and over again.
This, I don't know how many other people will feel this way, but it's sort of, you mentioned isolation previously.
Yeah.
And it feels like pornography can kind of, in a really perverse way, sort of, not satisfy, but I guess placate that need for human connection. Sure. Like when you feel really alone, when I'm around people who I feel care about me, the urge goes away. And it's not because I'm sexually satisfied. It's just that I feel whole, I guess. And it's sort of like, it's just filling that void that you're numbing yourself, like it's a sedative almost. At times, that's what it can feel like.
I agree completely, yeah. Definitely.
I'd say me and Virgil have very, very similar experiences, and we both feel the same way about it. He basically said everything that I wish I could have said.
Yeah.
And that's Squash talking?
Yes, sir.
And
yeah,
what what about Virgil's experience resonated with you, Squash? Can you just name it?
What he said specifically when in the beginning, when he was talking about how porn addiction kind of just, and I'm listening and I'm hearing back what you said, Dr. K, when you said it's a dopamine itch and you just keep scratching it and scratching it and scratching it, because I never thought of it like that before. And the way that I view an urge when I personally want to watch porn, it's that itch, it's that itch. You just got to scratch it. But with what Virgil said, my point was just I agree with everything of what he was saying. What he was saying about how it makes him feel, I feel very similar along those lines.
And Virgil, how does porn make you feel?
It just it's kind of difficult to verbalize for me, but it feels isolating. It feels like I have some sort of itch that I can't scratch. Like it feels like a physical affliction, like it's a part of me and I can't necessarily like the trouble that I have is trying to attack that part of me that's been affecting me for more than 10 years of my life, because I just want to feel like normal. I don't feel normal right now. I know that sounds kind of
No. It's okay, guys. I can I think for a second?
Yeah.
I think I'm understanding something. I just need to understand what I'm understanding. Yeah, so I think I'm hopeful. Okay? I was confusing what I was feeling for a little bit, but it was hope. Okay?
That's good.
And here's the reason I'm hopeful. So, if we think about medicine or mental health, when there are shared experiences amongst people, that means like scientifically like something's going on. Right? If you just have like a one-off event, science is going to have trouble understanding that. It's when we have a repeated observation over and over and over again that we can begin to understand something. And if we can understand it, I believe that, that significantly improves our chances of improving it or fixing it. Here's what I'm hearing from you guys. This is not... there's a sense of whole, there's a sense of warmth, there's a sense of isolation, there's a sense of something on that spectrum, which somewhere along the way when y'all were young, something fucked that up. It just came in and it fucked it up. And I'm not quite sure how. And now what it is you guys have this hunger, this sense of isolation, this sense of loneliness, this sense of not being understood. And then along comes porn, which is your brain's way of like taking that away for a little while.
Right.
And so
like a
you guys,
numbing agent.
Absolutely. And so you guys have this sense that, okay, and then we get into the situation that y'all are in now where like you can only like fight off hunger for so long, right? And all of you guys are using this strategy of like fighting off hunger, which if you think about it, that's just not going to work, right? You can't fight off, like hunger needs to be satisfied. The thing is though, what you guys do doesn't truly satisfy that hunger. Like the hunger is partially for porn, but it's like partially for something else. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It's like you're eating shitty food, and it feels like it's the only food available.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you can never cure hunger, but you could eat better food.
And so I think that if you guys want to be free of this, and I do believe, and this could be a little bit, stupid, I do believe that people's like mental health can be substantially like improved. I don't think it's a lifelong struggle. I just kind of choose not to believe that. I've seen enough stuff in my personal career to where I think people can really like conquer what we call quote unquote mental illness. Right? Doesn't mean that they don't need to be on medication or that it won't crop up from time to time. But I think you can basically live a normal life. Like that's my target. I don't set my target any lower than that. And I think you guys can live a normal life. I think what it comes down to is understanding that this thing, you guys can't fight the hunger. You're just not going to be able to. So the question is, how do you satisfy that in the way that is like healthy and good? Because I don't think that hunger, I don't think your body is stupidly hungry, right? I think in each of y'all's cases, something happened to you that you became damaged or busted in some way. And something within you is just striving to be like whole again. That's what I'm hearing from y'all. That is that y'all want to be whole again.
Yeah.
This might sound. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Go for it, buddy.
This might sound wild. I don't know if this is going to resonate with anyone, but there are times where it feels like you can be so addicted to porn that I've preferred porn over sex, which might sound crazy to some people, but it really can. It feels like because it's a solo activity, there's more. I feel like I'm still stuck in my head having sex because there's another person there and I can't get that same feeling of escape.
Agree, yeah.
Completely agree. Yeah, it's almost like another element of control that you have as well. At least that's how it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're the master of the situation.
So not to be indelicate, but I don't think sex and what y'all are dealing with is the same at all. They're like completely different phenomenon. Right?
Yeah.
And just because you nut at the end does not mean it's similar at all. Right? And that's my whole point, is that I think we need to like, if we want to get better or make you guys whole again, we have to like really understand what it is and what it isn't. And let's take a step back and not judge it and just assume that sex is going to be a replacement for this, because that doesn't sound like that's the same thing at all. Right? It's not just about ejaculation. It's not about arousal. It's not just about sexuality. But it does get muddled together with those things.
Actually, when I was doing NoFap for the month, every time I had the urge, I will do push-ups, and I was trying to do 100 push-ups a day, and I felt like it helped because I was sort of releasing energy. It's like I didn't feel like fapping was the thing that it was gonna be. It's kind of hard to put it in words, but like
you transmuted it.
Yeah. Like the urge wasn't really for the fapping; it was more like releasing the energy, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And I think because I was so addicted, like the only way I saw of releasing that energy was jerking off.
Okay, so Harold, it looked like you wanted. Sorry, not Harold. Aaron, it looked like you wanted to say something.
Yeah. I also am firmly in agreement that it can be healed and it can be done. Like, I guess overcoming this, because
No pun
I've done it
intended.
before. Yeah. I've done it before, and what it required was sort of fulfilling that void that is there, that sort of the porn addiction kind of just barely emptily fills. What I found is very helpful is just having that, like, being able to be open about it and face it head on. Actually, during that time of 2 years, I had a girlfriend, but I didn't have sex. So it wasn't even like sex was a replacement for it. It was just being appreciated and being in a lot of healthy relationships. And also having a dharma, to also mention that, having some sort of like purpose that allows you to push forward, that helps a lot as well.
Thanks for sharing, man.
Dr. K, can I go off of what he said, bro?
Yeah, please, man, go for it.
For me, personally, I related to that because it really just takes a lot of energy to actually fight the urges. And I realized that last night as I was laying in bed. It was like 9 o'clock and I was playing Grand Theft Auto. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, like, I totally can just masturbate. There's no problem. There's no issue. I can watch porn. It's not a big deal. But then I kind of stopped and I really paused and I said to myself, like, dude, you don't want to do it. There's no reason for you to do it. But the amount of energy and the amount of strength it took for me to just simply like not do it, it was really interesting to me to see it because I've never seen that before in my entire life. And for the first time last night when I stopped, I was just like, wow, dude, like I'm 6'7". I'm a lot stronger than I think, you know? It's like I like to think of myself as so small, and I like to think of myself as like such a tiny dude, but it's like I'm 6'7", like I'm a big guy, I'm a strong dude. I like to move, I like to release energy and shit, but it's like to stop it, it just takes a lot, man. It takes a lot.
Yeah, so I think that's because the samskar. So I'm fucking amazed by y'all's understanding of Sanskrit concepts. So props to y'all. So I'm just gonna dive right in, okay? And if I leave someone behind, just please let us know. So I think that's because the samskar that forms, that is hungry, is not 6'7". It's like an 11-year-old kid.
Yes.
That same kid. That same kid.
Right? So, Harold, I think you said yes first.
Yeah. Well, actually, I said yeah because I thought it was interesting. Because for me, it's not really. It's hard to place the age of that samskar. It's kind of like this. For me, it's such an alien thing in my mind that I can't really compare it to any age. It's like this thing. I don't know. It's
hungry thing.
Yeah, like a hungry beast kind of a thing, like a blob. I don't know.
Yeah. So how long has it been with you, Harold?
Well, for me, I started like around 10, 11. Like most of these people. And so at first it wasn't really that bad. I mean, some guy talked to me about porn like in elementary school. And so I just looked it up and I didn't really get hooked on it right then. But then I'm guessing it's because as I got into middle school and I was like having trouble with like finding friends, especially like good friends. I was in this group of friends, but I just knew they weren't really, great people for me. But I was just sort of lost in that sense, and so I guess I gravitated more towards porn like then, especially because those friends actually talked about it as well with me, and so they just talked about it as like this cool thing, and it just I think that it helped to solidify my attachment to it, and then I just started. It for me it was kind of a gradual thing. I started watching more and more, but super slowly, because like throughout the middle school years, it got worse and worse. But it wasn't really as often as some people have said. Like sometimes it was 3 times per day, but usually it was like once a day. I don't know where I'm going with this.
No, I mean, I think it, Harold, so, guys, by the way, y'all don't have to make sense, okay? Just to be clear.
Okay, that's good to know.
So, like, you're not here to make sense. That's my job. I'm supposed to take whatever you guys, so don't worry about making sense, okay? I'm just the more you guys, I think, share with each other. So, first of all, you guys, I don't know if y'all, like, how does it feel to be talking about this, by the way?
At first I was very nervous about it, considering like the overall stigma on the topic, and it's really easy for people to laugh at the issue, but when you're in our position, you won't be laughing then. But now it just feels very relieving to me.
I agree.
Yeah, it feels
I agree too.
relieving. Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it, George.
Okay, so it feels really relieving because I've never talked about this subject with anyone else. Like, this is the first time I'm actually talking with someone about this. And so, like, hearing other people talk about it, just sharing my story, like, it feels relieving. It feels like I'm less, how do I put it? I'm less closed off. I don't think that's the word. Like, I'm not as constrained as I was. Like, I can now see that this is not something that only happens to me. Like, or I can relate to the people in this group, and these people probably can relate with me, and that kind of makes like gives me a sense of happiness because, like, okay, I'm not alone in this.
Oh, absolutely. So I think, I mean, do you guys feel like the people who are on this call understand you?
Yes.
Yeah. What does that feel like?
Yeah.
Feels good.
Like you're not a freak.
Yeah. So let me ask you guys this: the part of you that's hungry, what happens to that part when you're understood by others?
Goes away. It's
feel at peace.
Right now, it's gone, completely gone.
Get smaller.
So what do y'all think about that?
It's, for me personally, it's just Dr. K. I've been dealing with this for a really long time, and I'm not a social dude. I don't have any like Facebook. I deleted all of my Snapchat. I'm on nothing, man. It's like I work, I go to school. I have a very, very small circle. Like, I have a very loving family, and it's like I get really lonely sometimes, and it's just, I said, you know what? I'm going to try this. I'm going to see what this is like. And it's just this whole experience chatting with everyone in the call, just not feeling like such a freak. It's a really rewarding thing, and I'm very thankful for that.
Yeah, so I want you guys to just notice this, right? Because I don't think this gets better through control. Control matters. I think it gets better when whatever that thing within you that is broken and alone and sort of like wants to be in the darkness, but also like thrives on it. Right? Like, darkness fucking feeds this shit.
Yes. Right. Yes.
And like, you guys need the fucking light, man. And the amazing thing is that when you put light on it, it just goes away. It gets weakened.
You mentioned in the past that when something is kept within, like a samskar, it just grows until it eventually consumes you. And that's like a really relatable feeling.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what's happening here, guys, is that you guys have had this thing, and just think about how long you guys have been carrying this. How long it's been in your basement and sort of like feeding off of that darkness, right? Like, we're talking like a decade or more for. So it feels really strong. And you guys
And
will
also, it's
go for it.
okay. Like earlier we were talking about physical feelings. Like mentally, and I'm okay with talking about this, and I wasn't really that anxious. But when you join the call, it wasn't like a thought that hit me. It was this physical. It felt like that got agitated, and it was like this wave of energy sort of overwhelming my nervous system. Like it was rushing through every part of me really intensely. And as the call's gone on, I've sort of been able to sit in the experience, and my body is sort of calming down, which is quite a refreshing feeling.
Yeah. So, okay. Anybody else want to add anything? I think this is all great.
Actually, it reminds me of a lot of these times where I mean I've gone sometimes without porn for a long time, like up to like 50 days one time I think, and then when you're without it for a while and then you come back to it, you get like, for me, my whole body just starts trembling. Like when I see just one suggestive image, like I just start trembling like super violently.
Yep.
And that's kind of the same feeling I got when I joined the stream as well. It's like this thing is like waking up. It's freaky.
Like it was dormant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is some demonic possession level shit.
I don't know if anyone used the word.
Because now I can use this against you. Thank you so much, Melvin. Dizzy honey, yeah. Hello, Dizzy! When you give him bits, he goes, I'm net his little bottom. Yeah, imagine. So, okay. You probably won't understand a single thing, but this is crafting. I have to craft, a lot of this.
Seeing it in that light. So the thing with me is I don't want to see it as like a monster anymore. For me, it's like I train after I masturbate. I don't have the energy to go to jujitsu. I want to train, man. I haven't gone to training in like 2 weeks because I've been on a really bad binge. So I'm going to go to training. I'm going to go to jujitsu and I'm going to be fine, man. I'm going to be able to put the energy in different places and not have to rely on this crutch that I've been dealing with for so long.
Can I get a fuck yeah?
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, man.
Absolutely, man. So I just need a second to think. Is that okay, guys?
Yeah.
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 Okay. All right. We can talk more. There's a lot of stuff we haven't covered, right? So we haven't really talked about NoFap. We haven't talked about relationships. I think all that stuff is going to be, super important to talk about.
Right.
But there's a part of me that wants to help y'all. And I think we've done that already. So I feel good about that. But I want to help you guys more concretely. And so I want to talk to you guys about solutions. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So the first thing is that this is a physical thing. This is not like, you guys aren't like mentally ill. I mean, I'm sure you meet some criteria somewhere, but like, I don't think of this as a defect in your mind. Okay. I think about, there's just this overwhelming sense that something happened to you guys when y'all were young and something kind of got damaged. And then that is a thing that is not bad. It's not evil. It's just hungry. It's just unsatisfied. And whatever that thing is, that call it loneliness, call it the beast, call it a demon, I don't think it's actually an evil thing. I think it just gets, it's going to eat whatever it can, however it knows best. Does that make sense? It's kind of it's kind of like a
like
stupid.
The Striga.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like the Striga. Yeah. And so I think much like the Striga, you can find the princess underneath. Right? So I think that's actually what needs to happen. It's a really good analogy, actually.
Wait, what's the Striga?
People who can explain the Striga.
But it's like when a pregnant mother dies and the baby is like cursed, and it comes out and it survives. It just eats the flesh of people, and it's like this cursed monster child.
Pause for a second. So this is a fictional thing.
This isn't a medical. It's not a medical thing.
From The Witcher. If you guys have played The Witcher, if y'all have seen, Ghost, let's just start there, right? We got to let people know it's not a real.
I've never played that.
Yeah. Anyway, so it's like a cursed thing that's just perpetually hungry.
Okay.
So,
and if all it eats is like dead flesh, then it's gonna be evil. But it doesn't necessarily have to be.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a baby that's, tragic circumstances and all that, and then it kind of becomes a demon sort of thing. But so the first thing is that I think that, you guys are just missing something that is not, it's not that y'all are like morally defect. It's that something happened to you guys when y'all were pretty young, it sounds like. And then there's something within you that's just hungry for wholeness, for beyond anything else. What I'm sensing you guys need is wholeness. Y'all just want to be like whole and calm and like chilling in the sun, and not like hungry and like a half thing that's like half living in the basement. And then you guys are fighting this thing, right? Because sometimes it comes out of the basement, and sometimes you guys you grab like a chair and a whip and you guys like drive it back into the basement. And then it's like down there and it's mucking around for a while, and then it bursts out again. And then you guys are in this constant war, which you're just not going to win. Like, that's not going to be how it works. But there are things that calm it down, right? There are things that cause it to be like more content. And that's actually like talking to other people. It's like recognizing that, there's like a half dozen dudes out there who have like weird Strigas in their basement. And somehow like you feel like at peace. And as long as the more that we can cultivate that sense of wholeness, and we'll get to how to do that. And what I'm talking about is wholeness. I'm talking about warmth. I'm talking about connection. The less powerful this thing is going to become. And our strategy here... Go for it, Ghost.
Sorry. It sort of feels like the idea, Jung's idea of like integrating the shadow. If you continue to just repress it, it will grow into this monster. But it's a part of you. It's like a part of your soul that you're repressing. And the sooner that you learn to integrate it into who you are, the sooner you can feel whole again.
Yeah, I completely agree. So I'm a big fan of Jung, and that's a big part of like my general treatment approach, right? Which is that we are, just like Ghost said, that we have parts of us, and then like we have to bring those parts together. Because I think this thing is not evil. What it is hurt. Does that make sense? Like, this thing is just a gigantic ball of hurt. And then what it's done is it's managed to find some circuit in your brain which makes it feel a little bit better for a little while. And since that hurt and that hunger are there, it's going to like keep on making you fat, because like that's the only way it knows how to feel like a little bit better for a little while. And so the solution here is not to get like really, really controlling. I mean, we can talk about that in terms of like resisting the urge to fat, because there may be some value to that. It's really in figuring out like, what is this hunger inside you, and like, how can we calm that down? How can we help you feel like loved and whole and accepted? Because the more you guys feel that way, and this is the other trend that I'm noticing, is that when you guys start to feel like positivity in your life, the thing weakens. So what we want to do is not conquer it. We want to like make it weak. We want to tame it, not like destroy it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Any questions about that general idea? Like, who here disagrees with what I'm saying and sort of thinks like, oh no, this is like, we're completely off?
I agree, but one thing I sort of want to draw attention to, I remember you said something on another stream about if someone is like anorexic and they're cutting and they have like academic problems, you can start to solve one, but then the problem will manifest with the others. It feels like there have been times in my life where I've been able to not kick the addiction, but I guess keep it at bay for long enough to see that I could live a better life without it and that my life is better without it. But then it feels like I'm scared of my own success and I get drawn back into it because there's comfort in the pit, it feels like, because you can't fall further than the bottom of the pit.
Yep. So you jumped ahead a little bit, but there's one thing that I think is going to be really dangerous, guys, is that as you guys get better, this thing is going to start freaking the fuck out and it's going to be harder to resist because it does not want to die. And as you put light onto it, it's going to feel afraid that it is dying. This is some weird, like, psycho mumbo jumbo kind of bullshit, okay? So, like, this is not scientific. But, like, there's something within me that tells me that as you guys actually start to get better, as we start to sometimes heal wounds, they don't understand what the fuck is happening. Like, there's some part of you that's going to be primitive, and it's going to fight you tooth and nail to bring you back to where you were. Because the mind prefers what it knows to what's good.
Yeah.
Especially when it's something that, you know, you've become so used to and it kind of gets part of your routine. You know, you do the same things every single day and you don't even realize it. The same job, the same school, the same work, same wife, same girlfriend, you know, it's all a circle. It's all one big circle.
Absolutely.
But it's about breaking that circle. It's about breaking out.
Here's the thing. You guys have been struggling with this for so long, for so many years. We're talking a decade or more, right? For many of y'all. And so there's going to be a part of you that says, even though your life is shitty right now, at least you can survive. I know you can survive. I've done it for a decade. I can do it for 5 more. NBD. No big deal. And there's going to be there's going to be a time and place where actually I think you guys are going to need another level of courage to actually like risk living a life without this thing, because then you don't know if you're going to be able to survive. I know it sounds completely crazy. And this is like, huh? You guys get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Sorry, go on.
So what I mean to say is that there's actually going to be a time where right now you guys want to be free from this, right? You are going to have to fight a battle because one day there's going to be a thought in your mind where you don't want to be free of it. You actually want to go back. That's going to be a fucking hard battle. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I've had literal flashbacks before. When I've like abstained, I've had sudden memories come to me of the process, and it feels like on its dying breath, it's desperately trying to put up one last fight, and it feels like it feels like a battle of forces within you, and that the whole you is like the body on which these competing forces is acting, and you're just sort of watching a war within yourself.
Yeah, so you guys have to watch out for this, okay? I do not envy you guys. So up until this point, I really have not thought about this, but this is the one moment where I no longer, I feel sad for your situation, because I think this is it's hard to let go. And that's what you guys need to learn how to do, which is, we're going to get there. But you have to let go of wanting this thing, right? You have to say to yourself at some point, like, okay, that's a life that it's going to tell you, and you guys we haven't talked too much about rationalizations and all that, but you guys know your mind rationalizes all kinds of shit to you. So it's not about convincing it that it's wrong, because here's the crazy thing. It's not wrong. That's your buddhi being controlled by the samskar. And it's not wrong. That's why it's so fucking hard to argue against. Because you guys are smart. And the smarter you are, the better it's going to be at coming up with reasons to convince you.
You
So
can
it's not
yourself better.
Absolutely. So it's not about convincing it, it's not about fighting it, it's about letting go. It's about saying, yeah, you're right. There are 1,000 good reasons for me to go back to that lifestyle. There's security there, there's safety there. I get to be in control of the hurt inside me. And that's what you guys have to give up. That's what's fucking hard, because right now you guys have a light switch to control the hurt inside you. You can go to this thing and the hurt inside you gets taken care of. For a little while and in a shitty way, but it gets taken care of. And what you guys have to choose is a life where you're no longer in control of that hurt. You gotta give up, this is your fucking cheat code. It's the coping mechanism for everything negative within you.
What would you say if you feel like there's immense sort of guilt and shame within you from, let's say, age 4 or 5 onwards, and it feels like there's this really dominant force in you that feels that you deserve this pain and you deserve to be in the pit? How would you say how would you go about dealing with that?
I mean, I think that's the crux, right? That's the damage. That's the thing. So I think you've got to figure out, why you started believing yourself, why you started believing that about yourself. And then as long as you believe that, so that's what you have to let go of. So that too, and sorry if I'm speaking abstractly, because you weren't saying something vague, but I just don't know if other people are going to understand this. I feel like hopefully you will, but so there's something very possessive, like you want to hang on to that, right? There's something very jealous about your shame. You're like, you deserve this. This is yours to bear. It's mine. It's my precious. Right? And you want to hang on to it. Even though it makes you feel bad, you want to hang on to it. You got to let go. And this is the really dangerous thing when it comes to like letting go of negative feelings within you. Like, do you guys understand that when y'all have that negative feeling since the age of 5, you've had this thing, and then now you guys have walls that keep it at bay, which is the porn addiction. You guys build up walls to protect yourselves. You guys y'all are fucking good people, right? Like, I look at you guys and I like each and every one of you. I'm surprised by how normal you are. Right? Like, you guys are normal people. There's nothing wrong with you.
That means a lot coming from you, Dr. K.
And I know...
That's a giant compliment.
I know what abnormal looks like. I'm an expert at the abnormal, and y'all are fucking normal. You guys are just normal people that had something fucking bad happen to you. And then your brain is wired a certain way, and then you build up these walls around all of these negative feelings. And so now you guys need immense courage, because taking those walls down is it's hard. Because, Ghost, you have to let that shame run rampant through your mind. You have to open the door to that shame, because right now you keep it walled off. Because you can control it.
It is the first step.
Not just acknowledge it, just breaking the fucking walls down and letting it flood you. That's what you've got to do.
Like, sit in the experience and sort of observe it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can observe it, fantastic. I think you're going to get fucking overwhelmed for a little while. And then you got to come up for air. It's going to wash over you. So I think at some point there's got to be some letting go and that kind of stuff. But I'm also like a really practical guy. Like, I can tell you guys this weird fucking abstract stuff. There's a voice in the back of my mind that's like, what the fuck are these guys going to do with that? Like, I could weave this beautiful symbolism, and then, then you guys like log off the call, and then, then what?
Go straight back to it.
I'll be saying, what the hell is he talking about?
Let's talk concrete, okay? So
can we go into more so like what it is to let go? So first of all, my approach to it has always been rationalization, and it's always been an uphill battle. What does it mean to let go? Like, is it just to like be in the experience of it, or I'm not quite sure what you mean by letting.
Yeah, great. So I'm going to tell you guys. So now we get to the concrete part. Great question, Richard. So the first thing is that this is something of your body. It is not necessarily of your mind. First thing you guys got to do is something physical. So who here goes to a yoga class? Who has access to yoga? You guys do yoga?
I do.
I've done it before.
So all of you guys, all of you guys need to go to yoga or Tai Chi. Either one's fine. Okay? And if you want to understand what letting go is, Richard, do yoga. Then you'll understand.
Yoga. Okay. Can I throw in another example and see if it might work? So I'm fairly blessed to have a sauna inside my house, and I use it very regularly. Does it have the same kind of effects as yoga, or is there something about the experience of yoga when you're using your body complex to, do yoga stuff?
Yoga is superior.
Saunas make you more receptive to endorphins.
So sauna is fantastic. I think if you have access to a sauna, first of all, jealous much. And then secondly, it is different, okay? So there's overwhelming scientific research that mind-body exercise practices are superior to other exercise practices. Okay? So there are lots of randomized controlled trials that compare yoga to exercise. So you guys know how a randomized controlled trial works?
Yeah.
Okay. Just real quick. So what we do is we're studying a condition, let's say like depression or anxiety. And then, so let's just say anxiety. And what we do is we take 100 people and we put 50 of them in a control group. And so the control group is sometimes like an exercise class and 50 of them in a yoga class. And then we measure their anxiety like after 8 weeks and we see like what's going on. So yoga and Tai Chi have been shown to be superior to exercise. And it's probably because they have a relatively mental component. So yoga and Tai Chi are both mind-body practices. They're like both mental and physical practices. They're not just physical practices. And for a lot of people who exercise, they over time incorporate a mental component. But yoga and Tai Chi are like designed to be mind-body practices, whereas a lot of people will discover a mental component to their physical exercise. But it's not like baked in. Like running is a good example where people who are runners will describe this kind of meditative like state when they run for long periods of time.
Yeah. Runner's high.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I've had that.
But that's all. I mean, it's yoga is like designed to sort of make you into a particular mind-body space, which I think is going to help you.
Can I ask a question about yoga?
Yeah.
I remember I saw you. You did an exercise with someone where you had them buzz like a bee, and it really fascinated me, and it made me think about the connection between the body and emotion. And I was reading about this idea that trauma is like physically stored in the body, and that yoga is like opening a series of chambers throughout the body, and it sort of allows the emotions to flow through because, I don't want to go on a tirade here, but like if your nervous system gets overwhelmed, like your body floods with the emotion and it can just store it for years, and it can make you like physiologically, it increases like your morbidity and everything. And I was reading that yoga paired with therapy is better than either one of them alone, because yoga allows the emotions to flow through your body so they can more easily be sort of opened up. And it was saying that memory, trauma, and the body are all linked in that way.
Yeah, so I believe most of that, although most of that is not scientific, right? Yeah. So there's like a lot of pseudoscience around physical stuff and trauma. In my experience, what I think is much more scientifically valid is simply that men experience emotions much more physically than mentally. So if you talk to men, like when you guys are talking about, like, what are the words that we use to describe this thing?
Destructive.
Damaged physically.
Deceitful.
It's like part of
the we don't use deceitful. Deceitful has not been mentioned at all. Mike, point entirely. What is the actual language that you guys use to describe this?
Hunger.
Absolutely, right? You guys don't think that's a fucking emotion? That's an emotion. Right?
I see.
But you guys don't understand what emotion it is. But everyone understands, like, one person's like hungry and then everyone else is like, yeah, man, Like, that's an emotion. Right? and so I mean, the whole point is that this is physical. Like, we've been fucking talking about trauma. You guys have been traumatized when you're all like 10. And you guys talk about hunger now. Like, this is my point. Is that and it's not that y'all are it's just like literally like this is how we're socialized to experience emotion this way. So we are going to access this. So I agree, Ghost, that yoga is very helpful for trauma. I agree that trauma has, I mean, I think anything in our mind has some kind of physical manifestation or correlation. And a lot of this stuff about, you know, using like physical like knots and energy and chakras, like I buy into a lot of that stuff, but it's not actually scientific, okay? So we just got to be a little bit careful there. So it doesn't mean that it doesn't help. It doesn't mean that it isn't therapeutic, and I'm advocating yoga to you guys. I think you guys must do yoga because you have to get in touch with your body because this is a physical thing for y'all. And yoga is going to connect your physical sensations with emotions. And it's also just, you know, does good things for your immune system and things like that. Second thing. Yeah, and so the goal of yoga is to help you guys be in your body. And Richard, when you say, how do you let go? I mean, so that's not some... We can talk about it more, but my voice isn't going to last very long. But I think it's ultimately something that you have to learn how to do, right? Like, so if I took like a 2-year-old kid and I was teaching that kid how to let go, like, how do I teach that kid?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good question. I think as you do yoga, you'll learn that like getting into the right pose is not about trying harder. It's actually about letting go.
Would you say that yoga is for the body what meditation is for the mind? Like it's almost this sort of meditative process.
Well, yeah. So technically, what yoga is a pre-meditation state. It's to prepare your body for meditation. And
that makes sense.
Whenever you guys are doing yoga, so I'm going to teach you guys just a little bit about yoga because there seems to be some curiosity, okay? So the goal of yoga is to bring the attention of your mind to the present. So we're going to do... We need Richard for this because Richard has to... Okay. I'm going to teach you guys exactly what yoga is. So the goal of yoga is to bring the attention of your mind to the present. And so the goal of doing like turning yourself into a human pretzel is not to increase your flexibility. It's to adopt a particular physical like posture that you can't think about anything else. Okay? So we're going to do this right now. You guys ready? Hold your arms up.
Yeah.
And tell me what's happening in your mind.
It's push to talk.
Yeah, push to talk.
Y'all are fucked. Okay. Okay, so I want you guys to just notice, okay? So arms up. So you guys are having thoughts. But over time, what's going to happen? The physical demands of your body, arms up, no pushing to talk. Okay, so just keep your arms up. So as your arms get tired, just keep them up there. It's going to start demanding your attention. You guys feel that? Your arms are like signaling to you now. They're like, hey, we're up here. And then the longer we go, the more your attention is going to be stuck in your arms. Does that make sense? The arms are demanding the attention. Demanding your attention, demanding your attention. Notice what's happening in your mind now. Close your eyes. Feel. Hold it. Good. Now, continue to feel. You may notice thoughts arise. You may notice perspiration. Okay? Now hold it, hold it, hold it. And now let go. You feel that, Richard?
That's
absolutely.
Go.
Absolutely.
Eyes closed.
Oh, yeah.
That is fucking letting go. Do you understand now? Just feel. That's letting go. How do y'all feel right now? Now you can open your eyes and use push to talk.
Peaceful.
Like a weight's been lifted.
Incredible.
Yeah, relieved.
That physical, I don't know, that physical exercise was such a powerful experience that my mind trying to like my arms trying to bring the attention to my mind was it started to kind of build, and then I was able to like maintain that connection, and then once I let go, it was just like okay, I've accepted that it's time to just
So Richard, what
is why
that's letting go, right? Like I can't fucking explain it, but you just gotta, you gotta let go.
It's like answering the demands of your arms that are saying like, dude, put me down, please.
Yes.
And you're finally answering that.
Exactly.
Right? Okay. So, you guys all right.
I got addicted to running in the past, and it feels like I now understand where that feeling came from. Like I was letting go,
That
and
is
I
a great
really
point.
enjoyed that feeling. Like
I'm
when
there
you
with
focus on the energy demand of your body, and when you really experience the sensation of running without, suffering, when you just feel the sort of pain, but neutrally, it's this really peaceful state.
I was gonna ask Dr. K about the connection between yoga and why yoga was so different, and the way that I was able to put all of my attention up on my arms reminded me of my jiu-jitsu training, but that was special. I didn't realize how simple it was when you take out a lot of the complicated things. Like you said, you're not trying to turn your body into a pretzel. You're trying to use your mind to get to a better place, and I think that's amazing.
Okay, beautiful. I'm glad you guys liked that. So,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just have a personal concern about yoga because I broke my back a few years ago, and I was just wondering if there are like more simple poses that I can do, or simple things like what we just did, like raising our arms up or something like that can benefit me because I have limited mobility and everything like that. So I was just wondering.
Absolutely. So first of all, if you've broken your back, talk to your doctor about doing yoga or Tai Chi. Sometimes people handle Tai Chi a little bit better than yoga if they've had a back injury, but yoga is actually really good for back injuries. So if you go to a yoga class and you guys have like a medical condition, you should let the instructors know. And also talk to your doctor about it and just say, hey, and then, listen to your body. So don't it's not about a pissing contest. It's not about who can hold their arms up the longest. You guys understand that if you're comparing yourself to someone else in the room, your mind is not where it should be, which is on you. So don't do anything in yoga that is painful. Yoga is not supposed to be painful. So if your back is signaling to you, hey, I don't like this kind of stuff, that's completely fine. There are all kinds of postures that you can do from a seated position. There are all kinds of postures that you can do fucking straight laying down. You can do all kinds of stuff with a back injury in yoga. So definitely, you can also, have you seen a physical therapist in recovery after you broke your back?
Yeah, I went through physical therapy for about 6 months. It helped a lot, and now I don't really need it anymore, but
yeah, so if you don't need it, you're probably kind of back to normal. So it's good to know if to be careful about yoga. But the other thing that you can do is, depending on how long ago that was, or if you have a relationship with your physical therapist, you can also talk to them and say, hey, I'm interested in doing a yoga class. What do you think? Are there some kinds of strengthening exercises that I need to do? Or there's some things that I need to avoid? And really, this is exactly what, physical therapists and doctors are for.
Right.
Great point. Okay. So coming back to this. Now, earlier I was kind of talking about, the sequence of events before you kind of, when you kind of feel certain physical things or mental things and you try to rationalize and all that kind of stuff. So the other thing about this practice is, where was your mind?
It was mostly on my arms. Like I've had experience experiences with meditating before. I had probably one of the most transformative experiences on while I was meditating a few years ago. I felt like it was very easy for me to just focus all the attention on my arms.
Good.
For
right?
me-
So,
Mhm.
go for it,
me,
Richard.
my mind was blank, and just experiencing the sensation was. I don't know if that was in my mind or that was my body, but that's all I was doing. I was just experiencing the sensation.
So that's consciousness, right? So it's consciousness without mental activity. So thoughts are the mind. Desires, thoughts, that's all mind. You guys were hopefully conscious, so you were present and experiencing without thought. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And when you guys struggle against the porn addiction, is that within the mind or outside of the mind?
It's outside of the mind because of the physical urge that we have to do it.
Okay. And then what about the battle? Where does the battle take place?
The battle's always in your head.
In the mind?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Right? So the other thing that I want you guys to try to do is learn something called urge surfing. So as you feel that physical sensation, notice the connection between the physical sensation and what it creates in your mind. And then you guys fight in the mind. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. So be it. If you can step out of your mind and sit with the physical sensation, just see what happens. And understand that desire to turn to porn is going to be like, it's like an urge that's going to come, and you can actually surf on top of it. It's not fighting against it. It's not trying to keep the waves at bay. It's just riding it out. Surf.
I read that monks can hold their hand on burning hot objects for longer just by focusing on the sensation of the burn. Is that like a sort of similar feeling? That you're able to sort of quell the immense feeling just by focusing in on it?
Yeah, so once you experience... So don't hold your hand on burning things, just to be clear. But what monks are able to do is to sit with a sensation without judgment. Right? So like it feels bad to hold your arm up, but you can sit with that feeling of badness for a longer period of time as long as you're sitting with it purely. Does that make sense? Like with intention and focus, you can sit with a negative sensation for a greater amount of time than you otherwise would.
So it's like decoupling the emotional component from just the actual sensation itself.
Beautiful. It's decoupling everything, not just the emotional component. Decoupling is the point. Decoupling is vairagya, or detachment. It's separating yourself from the thing. Okay, now we're getting into advanced concepts. I want to close off a couple things to leave you guys, with some kind of plan. So yoga. Second thing is understand that when you guys do these practices, you're training your mind to do what you tell it to, which is to focus on what you choose to do. This is cool because once you train this skill, you can tell your mind, hey, I want you to go and think about that. And then your mind is going to be like, okay, because right now that's not what it does. Right now, your mind is like, oh, porn. And then you're like, no, come over here. And then your mind is like, no, let's go to porn. And you're like, no, come over here. No, porn. So train yourself to focus your mind where you want it to go. That is a skill. You can level that shit up. And this is how you do it. Right? You do this shit every single day. Not necessarily that one, but if you guys like that one, you can do that one. Now we get to one more yoga practice, which I'm going to teach you guys. I'm going to teach you guys a bandha. Okay, so number one, do any of you guys have a history of a hernia? Okay, if you have a history of a hernia, you shouldn't do this. If this is unpleasant or is painful in any way or anything like that, any of you guys have history
is this
of...
like the base chakra thing?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. So any of you guys have a history of improper valves in somewhere in your urinary tract or anything like that? Okay. So rule number one, if this causes some kind of pain or unpleasantness or anything like that, just stop, okay? I'm going to teach you guys something called a bandha, which is a lock. So bandha means lock, like L-O-C-K. So what I want you guys to do, you guys know where the taint is?
Yeah.
Okay. So the taint is the area, it's your perineum. It's the area between your scrotum and your anus. Okay? So I want you guys to try doing something. I know this is going to sound kind of weird, but you guys know you can contract that?
Yeah.
So like, there's a muscle that you can do that you can use to like lift your penis, right?
Like the Kegel thing.
Yes, like the Kegel thing. Focus, boys and girls. So, there's you guys know, so I just flex that muscle for a second. You guys know what I'm talking about? Flex it so you can raise the penis. And now, as you flex it, you should feel a tightness in the perineum. With me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Does anyone not have a fucking clue what I'm talking about? Okay, so now close your eyes. And then I want you to tighten. 1, 2, 3, relax. Tighten. 1, 2, 3, relax. Tighten. 1, 2, 3, relax. Hold on a second. Hello? Hello? Yeah, they can tighten the perineum, but it's going to be different for them. Okay, bye. Okay. Okay, so so if you're a woman, you can do this too. So this is the other way you can find this thing is it's also the same muscle that you use to stop the flow of your urine midstream. Does that make sense?
I need to piss really badly. Can I
go
do that
piss?
fast?
Yeah, go
Okay,
piss.
thank you.
Go piss. Okay. So, but you guys get the sensation that I'm talking about? So just let's so tighten again. 1, 2, 3, relax. And do 2 more rounds. Good. Okay. Fantastic. All right. So, yoga class. Learn to concentrate your attention. Right? Do this. This is called Mula Bandha. Mula is your base chakra. And what you're kind of doing, so you can do this for, let's say, between 1 and... start off with, just doing 5 rounds, because it's, kind of hard, right? Does that make... It's, difficult to do? So you can work your way up to doing, rounds that are maybe 5 seconds, 10 seconds, for a total of, 3 minutes. And you want to do this at the end of, a meditation practice or end of yoga class or something like that. So if you guys go to a yoga class, at the very end, they're going to have you do something called Shavasana, which is corpse pose. So they're just going to ask you to lie down on the floor on your back and relax. As you do Shavasana, you can do Mula Bandha for a minute or 2 minutes, 3 minutes is fine. Okay? If you start to feel bad or it hurts or anything like that, don't do it. Last thing is that you guys were talking about idleness. And so idleness is going to bring this out. So the other thing that y'all have to do is figure out how are you guys going to reduce the idleness in your life. Right? So what do y'all want to do about that?
The way that I see it, Dr. K, is I view it as internal volume. Is when I would get an urge to masturbate or to go to porn, I would get a very strong feeling of just, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. And it kind of goes into what you were saying a little bit earlier about trying to surf and ride that urge and ride it away. And the thing that I wanted to ask you specifically was, what do you do when it gets to a point where you feel like, maybe medication would be something that would be beneficial for me? Maybe I cannot turn down my internal volume.
Yeah, so I think it's completely reasonable for you guys to get evaluated by a doctor or mental health professional for this problem. There are some medications that can help with this. They don't work great. But especially if you guys have some kind of depression or anxiety or things like that that are contributing to it. Because remember that So conquering this thing is not, it's like, it's about probabilities, right? It's about strengthening your ability to reduce its effect on you. And that battle is fought like 5% at a time. So if you guys start going to yoga class, then that's going to be like 5%. If you start meeting with other people and hanging out, like that's going to be 5%. And then you're going to build up like 5% over time. So I do think that if the urges are too strong, getting a professional evaluation is a great idea. And the other thing is that, you know, you're not going to fix this overnight. So treat yourself with compassion and forgiveness for like not being able to fix yourself. I don't know.
Dr. K, I had a quick question on that.
Yeah.
So I'm in a circumstance where I recently broke my computer. Right now I'm using my laptop, and I've significantly reduced my video game time. And when my urges occur, they don't occur when I'm playing the video game. So now that my computer is not functioning right now, I do have I'm in a state of, I have a lot more idleness, you know, just throughout the day. So is it more like, do I just need to fill my day with more things outside of the house, or any advice on that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, guys. Is like, you guys need to think about this, right? So understand that your forward progress is going to be influenced by your environment. So like the two things that we still need to talk about is idleness, and secondly, connection. Because when you guys are isolated, things get worse. And talking about this, I mean, you guys realize what we've been doing for 2 hours? We've been doing this for 2 fucking hours.
I had no idea.
Right?
Time flies.
Like, that's crazy. And so you guys have to structure time with other people, and you have to structure time away from idleness, because you're not going to be able to fix this as long as you're idle. We heard it from Squash earlier about, you know, going to jiu-jitsu class and like finding motivation and stuff like that. So I don't know what exactly it looks like, but you guys have to figure out, you know, what you want to do. The other thing is y'all can come hang out on Discord if you guys want to, you know, figure out like if you guys want to meet and just check in with each other once a week. I don't think that's a bad idea.
I think that's a great idea.
Actually gonna suggest that at the end.
Yeah,
you know, so at some point, you know, I'm in the process of training coaches, and maybe the coaches can help you guys out a little bit. We're just not there yet in terms of their training. But I think you guys should get together, because like y'all's camaraderie with each other is like important. Right? And you guys get a lot out of that. So at the end of the day, there's all this deep, damaged, dark, whatever inside you. But like yoga classes, Mula Bandha, thinking about idleness, and then companionship, right? Not necessarily like romantic or anything, but just like other people. Like, it's a multiplayer game. You guys got to party up. So if you guys want to, that's what this Discord is for. So, you know, you guys can hop on Discord, but I just think that each of y'all has to think concretely about what you're going to do to reduce your idleness. And it's not, quote unquote, just getting out of the house. Just think about, like, what are the things, when you think about yourself 3 years from now, what's something that you would like to be different about your life? You know, whether it's being in shape, whether it's learning a different language, whether it's having a job, whether it's being back in school, or, you know, just think about this. Like, I think sometimes, like, this is going to sound really silly, but you guys realize you create your life.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Right? Like, so you can actually, like, try to do something tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day. And a year from now, you will be a different person, and your life will be different. So think about what that is, and start with, like, one thing. Don't make it a wish list. You guys aren't magic genies. Just think, like, pick, like, one thing, right? Like, what is something that you want to be different about your life? What is something that requires time? Go for it.
Something really, like, sort of hopeful. It feels like when I was still, like, so I just turned 18, and it feels like being, like, an adult now and having these freedoms. It feels like maybe this time I can actually sort of break the addiction for good, because I can go out and actively do things rather than being considered like a child. So if I can actually create my own life, I think I can kick it.
Yeah. So last
thought
thing
the
is,
exact same thing.
I'm sorry, Harold.
I'm just bouncing off what he said. I turned 18 like a few months ago as well, and I thought the exact same thing. Like finally, since I'm in more control, I can use that better.
So fucking
Sorry.
use it. Yeah, right on, man.
I think the problem that I have is that, you know, like for me personally, I'm financially well off, and I'm in a relationship with someone, so those things aren't necessarily something that is grating at me, but I think the core of the problem for me is that I just don't have a sense of purpose, and I just feel kind of stuck in life. So when I try to integrate these positive behaviors, like, you know, going outside, something as simple as going outside for a walk or meditating or something like that, it's hard for me to stick with those things. It's hard for me to even integrate those things in general, even though I want to do that. You know,
Yeah.
I think that's something that I struggle with a lot.
So Virgil, that's Virgil, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Virgil, I completely sympathize with you, man. Unfortunately, I don't think we have time to dig into that now because we're about at time for the day.
Oh, I understand.
But I think, you know, that is a common problem for like everyone on our Discord and everyone in our audience, and it's central to the work that we do at Healthy Gamer. Right?
Is it with video games or sorry to butt in? Is it in terms of like, does it stem from the way that our brain processes video games and how it changes, or is it?
Oh, are you asking me?
No, I'm asking Dr. K actually.
And so what's the question?
You said that like this is a problem with, you know, it is an obstacle rather that everyone is kind of suffering from this Discord. Is it because I know that a lot of the Discord comes from a video game audience.
Yep.
I guess I was trying to hint at the idea is that where it's stemming from?
From video games?
Yeah, the process of like having trouble creating things, creating
yes.
new avenues.
Yes and no. So I mean, I think that's a lot of what I talk about on other streams. I think that many people who are directionless find in the same way that for you guys the porn addiction, you know how it like feeds you a little bit but doesn't satisfy. It does the trick, but it doesn't actually satisfy what's missing in your life.
Right.
So I think a lot of people who feel directionless get some degree of satisfaction from the video game, which is really not what they're looking for, but it's like close enough and it's easily accessible. Right? Because games do challenge us. They're like hard, they're challenging, they give us a sense of accomplishment. You know, we feel like, you know, if you're playing like a competitive game, like you're going to feel really amazing after like a really hard game that you win. And so it's hard for your brain when you have such an easily accessible trigger for some of those positive feelings. It can be really hard to invest all of this time into like building your life because you don't know what that's going to bring.
I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
So the first one, like earlier you were saying, when you were talking about the urge sort of hitting you and your mind bouncing around, do you think that Vatas are more like predisposed to like falling into that trap, being like the wind element and like zooming around?
Yes and no. So I think Vatas are going to bounce around more, but I don't think that Vatas, like, you know, I think everyone is going to have urges. So, and you guys are, by the way, a wide variety of different Ayurvedic doshas. But interesting question. So Vatas are going to have more fluctuations within their mind, but I think everyone is going to have the urges. So Vatas may experience the urges more quickly and more suddenly, whereas other doshas are going to like have kind of a slow burn of an urge that starts to build up in the morning and then kind of creeps up and then kind of overwhelms you. Other people are going to be kind of like medium burn, and Vata is going to be like very dynamic in terms of when you experience the urge and how hard it is to, you know, how long the urge is going to last. So I'd say Vatas will have high frequency of urges and low duration of urges. If that makes sense. They're not going to last long.
Makes sense.
But they'll hit randomly and more often. Okay, someone's really doing their homework. Okay.
This is unrelated. I just want to quickly ask this. Do you have any thoughts on I think it's called brahmacharya in relation to nofap?
Okay, so we haven't even talked about nofap. So brahmacharya is. Why don't you start with Ghost? Why don't you tell us what brahmacharya is?
I have a really basic understanding of it, but from it seems like it's this idea of transmuting sexual energy and the idea of energy climbing up your chakras to be more conscious and it's about the way you conduct yourself in a godly way.
So let's talk about what brahmacharya is. So brahmacharya is frequently translated as celibacy, which is not really what it is. So brahmacharya means to dwell in Brahman, and Brahman is sort of the infinite or cosmic consciousness. So in the East, they believe that the basic unit of reality is this cosmic consciousness, and that our individual consciousness is like a drop out of this ocean, and that we kind of get that bit of consciousness gets wrapped around with a mind and a body, and that's what makes up a person. And so brahmacharya is the practice of dwelling in Brahman. So to have your mind or consciousness be focused on the cosmic consciousness and not focused anywhere else. So technically brahmacharya is translated as celibacy. So monks, for example, will engage in brahmacharya, which means that they usually don't have sex. Technically, brahmacharya does not mean being celibate. It means not being horny.
Yeah.
Right? So it's to have your mind dwell in whatever the infinite is. It's getting hokey. So if you guys want to understand what brahmacharya is, if you want to understand what the infinite is, I think you guys saw just a tiny, tiny amount of it, when you did the arm practice and then you relax. There's just a moment where you're just your mind is kind of off, but you're just kind of chilling. You're in just the straight chilling mode. And when you get closer and closer to Brahman, you're in that straight chilling mode all the time. And when you're enlightened, that's what your mind is doing all the time. It's just straight chilling all the time. So nothing bothers you and everything's kind of chill and fun.
You're just vibing.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyway, we haven't had a chance to talk about nofap or relationships, but I'm going to have to stop. Because also I just can't keep going. So I just want to offer... Huh?
I said get some rest. Get some rest. You deserve a break, man. You deserve a break.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Dr.
All this
K.
AoE healing, man. It takes up
Okay.
mana.
So closing thoughts, guys.
I'll go first if no one wants to go.
Go for it, buddy.
Go right ahead.
I want to sincerely thank you gentlemen for being in here with me today. This was one of the coolest experiences I think I've had in 2020. Starting it off with Kobe Bryant passing away, and Mac Miller is one of my favorite artists. I've been really, really missing him lately. It's just this has really set me on such a really good path, and this has given me such a feeling of empowerment and enlightenment, and I'm honored and I'm blessed at the fact that I got to be here. So for real, thank you guys, thank you all, and Dr. K, feel better, man. Feel better.
Yeah. And may I say something?
Yeah.
So we went over a lot of things relating to porn addiction and how difficult the process of kicking it will be for us. Maybe some more difficult than others, but I would like us to reconvene maybe once a week and just talk about how things are going for each of us, because I think one of the reasons why we're benefiting from this so much is because we don't have a person to turn to in our personal lives to talk about this. So I think this talk was more important than it may have seemed.
Yeah, this experience has been incredible. The whole session I thought went really well. It was incredible to hear everyone's unique take on this, and it kind of widened the my understanding of like what it is to be dealing with this. And like probably the best thing, my best takeaway, I'm going to be watching the VOD to kind of look over it again, but probably the highlight of it was just to like hear Dr. K's voice just being in like a total blissful state and just saying, I have hope for you guys. There's something there's something that it's just a simple obstacle. It's going to be difficult to take on, but it just comes with setting that intention and sticking to it. So I'm really excited for it. I think I'm speaking on behalf of everyone that this might be the shift that everyone hears that was looking for, and I'm just super excited. So this has been awesome.
I'd just like to say again, like also I think I speak for everyone when I say that like we all really respect you, Dr. K, and thanks for the AoE healing, and I hope you get some healing soon so you don't feel as ill.
Yeah, thank you. So let me ask you guys though, like, do you have faith? Do you have hope for each other? Forget about yourself for a second.
Absolutely.
Do you have hope for the other people in here?
Yeah.
Without a shadow of doubt.
Person in here, every single person, without a
So
shadow
just
of a
think about that for a second, man. It's not just me. You guys have hope for each other. Just think about that. Every single person in this call has hope for you. Wild. There's 7 random strangers from the internet that have hope. After listening to you talk about everything that you've struggled with, they have hope that you can get better.
If you don't believe in yourself, you can believe in the people that believe in you.
Absolutely.
I'm glad my camera's off so you guys can't see my tears.
That's wholesome.
Yeah. Right? And so just think about what you had to show the other people on this call to convince every one of them. I mean, you don't even try to convince them. They've listened to the words that have come out of your mouth. They've watched your face in some cases. They've listened to the tone of your voice. They've listened to what you've said. They've listened to your struggles, and they are all concluding that they have hope for you. That is fucking amazing. Alrighty. Anybody else want to share some closing thoughts, or we...
I just want to thank you, Dr. K, and everyone in the call for sharing the experiences and like talking about this subject, because as I said, never really talked about this, and it's been really helpful, like hearing your stories and just relating to them. So yeah, like thank you, and I hope you get better, and thank you everyone in the call.
I just want to acknowledge, this is completely off topic. I just want to acknowledge that the chat is saying I look like a guy
But
called
I will be back
Uga.
in
I don't
a
know
few
if that's how you
hours.
say his name.
Enjoy the
And
train.
also Clock from Santorini.
I'm just gonna leave myself creep in there.
Okay, anybody else want to say goodbye? Are we good? I don't want to pressure anyone.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Thank y'all for coming on this, February 14th. Strong work, guys. And once again, just huge props to the, the cojones to show up and talk about such a sensitive topic, because it's not easy. And, yeah, good luck, guys.
You.
Take care.
Awesome. I'm counting on everyone here.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Don't let each other down.
It.
Okay.
We're gonna make it.
And there's really interesting research, if you look at research on incels, is that there's an online radicalization process. And this is not actually...
Nice to do.